I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board for Thursday, June 9th. We will start with a invocation by Board Member Ballou, and I will lead the audience in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Ballou.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for blessing us with this beautiful day and bringing us together in service of others. We ask that you guide our decisions and actions as we work to ensure our students acquire the knowledge and skills that will help them reach their full potential and maximize the opportunities in their lives. All of this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll move now to roll call. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tatman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson. District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
We have a quorum. Before we move along, I would like to just kind of explain where we are. Obviously, the meeting last week, the Committee of the Whole ran long, and we have a long agenda of action items. We were not sure we could call another Committee of the Whole based on my conversations with council, but I do have the authority to call a special meeting. What I am encouraging my colleagues to do is that when we make a motion that we use it as if it were a Committee of the Whole by making a motion to refer it to either the consent agenda of the regular board meeting or to report it to the agenda without action. So the differentiation is if you put it on the consent agenda, then it would be on the consent agenda for the regular meeting. If you move it forward without recommendation or just move it forward to the regular agenda, it would be a separate agenda item. So just wanted to kind of explain that so that everybody was on board and on the same page. Any questions from board members on that? No? Okay, so we'll jump right in. Items for consideration, B1, consideration of a request for the approval of a job description for a school resource officer or school safety officer. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Gode, seconded by Mr. Ballou.
Mr. Tatman.
Let me be clear. I move to refer it to the consent agenda at the June meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to clarify, I believe that there are two descriptions for the SRO, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken. Are you specifying you want to send them both?
Yes.
Okay.
The what?
Or it says to approve one of the two. I just saw that. Okay. I would like to propose that we refer to the consent agenda this job description for the school safety officer unarmed.
And Mr. Ballou, you're good?
Since the memo asks us to approve one or the other, it's probably, I would think, more appropriate to send it without action.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so amended motion is to send it without action, which we put it on the regular agenda as a standalone item.
It's totally fine.
Okay, and Mr. Ballou, that's your suggestion, so, okay, see no, yeah, I do. Ms. Bernard,
I would like to bifurcate the two items and send them both as separate items so that we could have a week to consider both or either position. So it would be one or the other or both at the full board meeting.
I'm okay.
You're willing to do that as a friendly? Okay, great. Thank you.
so explain to me what we're doing.
My understanding is, it's my understanding that Ms. Bernard has suggested a friendly amendment to Mr. Gode, and I'm assuming the second will take that amendment to send both job descriptions to the consent agenda of the regular meeting without recommendation.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As long as we all understand. Miss Dyson.
I think that's been handled. I just wanted to make sure that they were both going through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions from the board, we'll go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on item B1?
$55,000 is the starting salary, is more than a starting salary for a police officer who puts their life on the line. It is more than I, as a 16-year teaching veteran, make. I just broke 50. The school safety officer is absolutely ridiculous. I was hoping you were going to shut that completely down tonight. Also, the job descriptions and responsibilities are the exact same for the school safety officer, which is the unarmed person, as for the SROs who already serve in our schools. It also says that they are to investigate and look at crime as trained by the Baton Rouge Police Department, but they have no training from the Baton Rouge Police Department. These are people with the only thing that they have is a high school diploma or a GED. It is like this district finds more and more ways to insult us as teachers and to insult now the Baton Rouge Police Department and the Sheriff's Office who has been working in our system. I do agree with the bifurcation, but if we do add the 26 additional SROs, I would like to see the 47 deans and counselors who have been cut from our system added back to those elementary schools, because if we touch children's needs prior to any criminal history, we won't need as many SROs in our system.
Any other comments from the audience on item B1? Seeing none, back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Mark, Mr. Blue, sorry.
Thank you. I wanted to see, do we have anybody from our security department here?
Mr. Chester or Mr. McGardner is here. We have and Dion.
Thank you. My question is regarding the armed security officer position, which if we have one or the other, that's what I would favor, is that we have a professional certified security guard position that would justify, paying at that level. Are we confident that if we approve 26 positions that we can have, somebody professionally trained and certified be able to fill those positions?
But the next scheduled training is not due, it's not scheduled until August of this coming year, so it wouldn't happen before school begins. As far as the training that's going to be required for it, because we were pushed to get this approved and getting the positions approved by the board. So it won't happen before the school year as far as the training, but we could have them trained professionally. Yes, sir.
And I know a lot of our newer schools were designed with security in mind, but some of the older schools may have more vulnerabilities as far as access points. Do we believe that the armed security officer position is needed to help protect our students in some of these schools?
Board Member Blue, our position is that we would not recommend armed security guards. And some of the security measures that we need to look at, which we are looking at, which is egress and ingress, are really more of the critical issues that we need to focus on, which is what we're doing.
So if I could just ask a clarifying question, I think what I hear you asking, Mr. Blue, if we hired, if the board decided to go with armed officers, and that's what they voted for, and in our hiring process, we hired former police officers or anyone that had those certificate or training already, would they be automatically qualified for that? Or would they still have to go through a brand new training?
They would still need to go through our training.
Okay.
And so even the unarmed school safety officer would go through training, the
Yes.
same training?
Yes, they would go through the training because I think what we have looked at is when you think about the active shooter, they are not coming in with a gun on their hip. They're coming in with automatic weapons. And that changes the whole complexion as to what an armed guard that we would have would be able to even be able to do at this point. Because unless we're going to equip them as tacticians, fully engaged in all of the protective gear, they don't stand a chance with a weapon on your side versus an AK-47 or one of the other automatic weapons. And that's just reality.
Okay, so, if that's the case, I would think, considering we have, if we were to hire an unarmed security guard, even going through training, I'm not sure it would justify the level, the pay grade level, if it wasn't an armed guard. Would you be able to convince me otherwise, or no?
We will definitely reevaluate the cost of that.
All right, I think that's all the questions I have for now.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the purposes of the officers, whether they're armed or unarmed, is to add an additional security level, a layer to the schools. They would act as an additional resource to check for exterior doors being locked at all times. So they would make rounds in that manner to ensure our doors are locked at all times, make sure classroom doors are locked. If the school have an incident going on at that site, they would be able to contact Mr. Montgomery or myself directly and get guidance where that school would have a trained person at their school site to assist with school safety or security issues that's occurring at that time. So it would just add another level of security. At this moment, the superintendent has reached out to Ground Force, and they're adding some layers of security with the doors, with the older buildings, to be able to secure those doors in the event of an active shooter. It won't happen at every site, but it will happen at some of the sites that's more vulnerable or that had higher incidents of activity related to either a weapon on campus or fights, or just more prone to have something to occur at a higher level. So we are looking at other things other than the armed officers at the site, but we would like this as an additional layer to the school resource officers that we already have there to provide safety to the schools in light of all the recent events that's occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Baloo. Ms. Dyson?
I have some additional language that I'd just like to make sure gets included in the job descriptions. And it may some already be intertwined, but I just want to make sure we capture some of this. But also, I think that, that might be a good use of ESSER funds, all schools, not just a few, or some that you think is most vulnerable. You never know where this is going to happen. You cannot predict what kind of weapon they're going to have on them. You cannot predict anything. It's unpredictable. And it's from person to person that what they decide to do to this school or student body. So I'm not receptive to somebody just handpicking some schools. It's got to be across the board for all of our schools, and this is our safety imperatives that we have set for every school in our district. And I just want to make sure that we are including information, language into the job description. I too am supporting the armed because at the last minute, they have to be able to protect our students and our staff to the best of their ability. And, but SRO training to include mental health crisis intervention, de-escalation skills to ensure student and officer safety, and de-escalate incidents, emergency drills for active assailant and hostage situations, including bomb threats and natural disasters. So, if we want to work through some of this, but I'd like to make sure that those kinds of things are included in our job descriptions, and that we have someone that now has a job description with us that we can hold accountable, that they are doing these things
Okay.
throughout the day. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bernard.
What is the starting salary of a Baton Rouge Police Department graduate of the Police Academy?
I don't have the exact amount for that.
I think that would be very helpful and appropriate under the circumstances.
Okay, we can get that for you.
I'm also looking at their training. They undergo 790 hours of training, including some things like legal aspects, 66 hours, investigations, domestic and family matters, officer survival, becoming a peace officer, use of force, active shooter training, and a number of electives, 218 hours of electives. I would think that a lot of the training that they undergo, some of it is applicable to our students and some of it is not. But my point here is that they have extensive training in how to handle a situation. And if our goal here is to keep our students safe and their goal is to keep our community safe, aren't we aligned and don't we have a lot in common? Ours is juveniles, but there are also adults on the campus many times who need redirection. Sometimes it happens, it does. And so I would think, some of the things that Ms. Dyson mentioned, the de-escalation, and I don't want to spend any more time on this, but I do think it's important that we have some collaboration with Chief Murphy. I don't want to undermine the public safety in this community by saying, well, you can come on the campus and you don't even have to carry a gun and go through this little training here. I'm going to pay you $10,000 more than what putting yourself at risk every day on the streets pays considerably less than what we're offering here. I believe it is $45,000 or $50,000. That to me is a lot. It's over 25%.
We're gonna find out what the
Okay.
the amount is.
I would like some collaboration with the mayor and the city, the parish council and Chief Murphy as well. I just think that before we take steps like this, that we need to be in conversations with them. I would very much appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Mr. Godet.
Yes, just very quickly, a lot of talk has been done about salary. I can't quickly pick out where they are in the salary schedule in the budget. Do you happen to know offhand?
They're part-time workers and they're paid at the rate of $35 per hour.
On the new budget or on the budget? Because the job description talks about being on the salary curve.
That's a new job description,
I see Ms. Lopez standing up. we're throwing out numbers, and I just want to make sure we're throwing out the right numbers.
The numbers, lady.
Yes, they are in the new proposed budget for 22-23 under security. There are 26 people. It is not specifically spelled out in the budget, but it was in a board member request that I responded to, stating that the beginning salary, average salary was 55,000 before benefits.
Okay, so,
But the total amount plus all the benefits are in the budget, but it's not spelled out on an individual basis, but that was in a board
so there's not a
request.
salary curve. And so that's an average salary. If it's a retired police officer with 20 years in Baton Rouge City Police, we might pay them more. If it's someone
Sir,
coming up.
that is a human resources question.
No, but I'm just saying, we're throwing out the number like that's the number, but that's an average number.
Yes,
And
sir.
that people could be paid somewhere within that average.
Yes, sir.
That's the only point I wanted to make.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I think the other thing is talking with Mr. McGarner, we're looking at the $1 million grant, which will provide us with some of the things that we talk about in the way of training that we could actually get paid for. And also some of the requirements and some of the needs that we have around mental health also falls under that. So we're looking at all aspects of that. And I also know that Mr. McGarner has been in conversations with the chief in the city and looking at what it would take for us to be able to staff those SROs, whether we went with armed or unarmed. And I know he's had those conversations.
Thank you. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote. You can?
Motion to send the consideration of a request for the approval of a job description for the school resource officer or school safety officer to the full board without recommendation. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B2, consideration of a request for the approval of the following updated revised job descriptions. A, accounting specialist. B, Army military property specialist. C, budget specialist 2. D, ESS data specialist. E, leap specialist. F, operations specialist. G, systems analyst. H, network specialist. I, marketing and media specialist. J, eye care prevention specialist. K, budget specialist. L, grant specialist. M, coordinator of retention and employee accountability. N, career and technical education program coordinator. O, work-based learning coordinator. P, supervisor of employee benefits. Q, coordinator of homeless. R, human resource supervisor. S, supervisor of payroll. T, supervisor of health programs and athletics. U, director of risk management. V, administrative director of federal programs. W, director of fine arts. X, administrative director of transportation. Y, director of procurement and warehouse services. Z, CNP manager. We ran out of the alphabet. AA, CNP assistant manager. AB, finance specialist 3, retirement. AC, benefits specialist 1. AD, payroll specialist 2. AE, finance specialist 3, grants. AF, student data registration specialist. AG, finance specialist, payroll benefits. AH, electrical technician. A I, Executive Director of Early Childhood Programs. A J, Human Resource Specialist. A K, School-Wide Program Monitor. A L, Director of Assessment and Accountability. A M, CNP Assistant Director. A N, Director of Human Resources. A O, CNP Assistant Cook. A P, CNP Cook. A Q, CNP Regional Supervisor. A R, CNP Data Specialist. A S, CNP Warehouse Supervisor. A T, CNP Computer Specialist. A U, ESL Instructional Specialist. A V, Truancy Officer. Strategic Alignment, Operational Excellence. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Bernard, seconded by Mr. Baloo.
I'm sorry, Ms. Tappan, is the motion to send the item to the consent agenda of the regular meeting of the board?
Yep, okay. We have a motion. Any questions from the board on the job descriptions? Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. I was wondering, I was looking to see what the CNP stands for.
Child.
Child Nutrition Program? Okay, thank you.
Sure. I would have spelled it out. We would have been here all night. Just kidding. Seeing no other questions from the board at this time, are there any comments from the audience?
Good evening. My name is James Spinney. It would be irresponsible, reckless, and malfeasant for you to approve these 48 or 194 job descriptions, whatever it is that the administration is hoping that you just pass through without blinking. This is an educational institution. If the administration can't have a consistent set of job descriptions worded, spelled, capitalized, and punctuated uniformly and put in the same order in 3 different locations, you need a new administration. Here's an example. You have on this list that you are proposing to send forward to the meeting in a week, electrical technician. There is no job description attached in the 400 and some pages for an electrical technician. There is a job description for an electronic technician. Those are not the same thing. At some point, you either have to decide you're going to quit tolerating sloppiness from this administration, or the voters are going to quit tolerating sloppiness from this board. I guess it's up to you what you want to do. What's completely unacceptable, in addition, about these job descriptions is they intentionally avoid any indication as to what the chain of command would be. Every single one of these job descriptions, none of which shows the comparison of the job description they allegedly replace, has reports to immediate supervisor. I mean, why waste the ink? Most people report to their immediate supervisor. That's asinine. It's intentionally obfuscating. It's disrespectful to you. It's disrespectful to the public. Furthermore, it says, find these salaries on the salary schedule. Well, that's great. I challenge you to all open the salary schedule and find how much a truancy officer is going to be paid. Good luck with that. I didn't look at the old salary schedule. I looked at the proposed new one that you're supposedly going to ram through without blinking in a week. If you can find truancy officer, I will come back and apologize because it's not on there. And if one of these 48 job descriptions is screwed up, you shouldn't be passing this whole package. You should honestly set aside a separate meeting and have this bifurcated into 48 separate items. Because I suspect if you spend enough time on this, you would find that there is a whole chunk of paragraph that belongs in one job description and it got dropped into another one. And I'm willing to bet none of you read all 494 pages. Thank you for your time.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing no other comments from the audience, we come back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move to item B3, eliminated job descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval to eliminate the following obsolete job descriptions. A, Assistant to the Administrative Director of Facilities. B, Assistant to the Director of Transportation. C, Chief Officer of Student Support Services. D, ESS Hotline Specialist. E, Adolescent Literacy Coordinator. Strategic Alignment, Operational Excellence. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Bernard, seconded by Mr. Goday.
And I'm assuming that
Yes.
you recommend to the
Yeah.
To the consent. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goday. Keeping me straight. It's a hard job. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, thank you. I was hoping to get some information on why these are being eliminated, each one. Is that possible?
Ms. Hall?
Is she here? Oh, there you are.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
Dr. Finney, shorter than I am. Okay, so when we submitted the memo, there was a link that brings you to a Google Doc, and it's broken down by title, and the reasons or the rationales were given.
I'm sorry,
So-
I've been having trouble getting
Oh,
to my links
No
like
worries.
that.
So the assistant to the administrative director of facilities, this person, it's not about the person, it's about the job description. There's no board-approved job description on the book. And it's an antiquated, it's almost like an administrative assistant. So it doesn't exist. And the assistant to the director, no board-approved job description was also available for that either. It's also antiquated. And the chief officer of student services, it was conflicting with the title of the chief officer's support and special projects. So it was repeated services in both chief positions.
So you combined them.
Right. So the other chief position was already in effect when I came on board.
Okay.
When I looked at both individuals are in, it's pretty much reflective of the same roles and responsibilities.
So now it's being handled with one person
One
instead
person.
of two job fillings.
Correct.
Okay, great.
And then the ESS hotline specialist, I don't ever think that we've ever used that before, even though there is a job description that is available, board-approved job description. We've just never utilized it in the last maybe 10 years or so. And the last one is also antiquated. And in addition to that, we're moving towards literacy coaches now. So we don't need that anymore.
So I guess I have a question to make sure that, so when I read adolescent, I know that is a different challenge than early literacy coaching and teaching. And to get, books that aren't at the elementary level as far as content, but also down the level, but with middle school things that they would like and things. So I just wanted to make sure that our literacy program is specific to the age group we're addressing. So if we're going to take adolescent out, do we have some specifically for the upper grades?
And
middle
the-
and high.
So let me also share that that position was never in effect. It was just never in effect. So instead of having it on the books, we just moved ahead away from that position and moved towards the literacy coaches district-wide.
But I'm getting a head shake that, yes, we have them trained for their specific
Yes.
grade configurations.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Ms. Ware Jackson?
Just to be clear, let me ask it this way. You may have already answered this, but in these eliminated positions, are there people in these job descriptions right now and have any employees moved along, so to speak?
Yes. So, and I know this is a lot to digest. It is a lot. This just didn't happen overnight. It took a while for us to get here. And this is just the first step. So the positions that you're seeing in front of you, there were people who are within those positions that the positions just are no longer functioning. Meaning it's antiquated. I'll give you a perfect example. If you are a administrative assistant to the administrative director, and I ask you to go out and do a site review of something, the first thing you're going to look at is your job description and said, oh, that's not within my job description. However, as the director for that department, I'm requesting you as my assistant to go out and do some additional roles and responsibilities. But because it's not defined within that, this is where the struggle comes when it comes to personnel issues. Not saying that this is true to any of these positions. I'm using as an example that the job descriptions are antiquated or either they're not board approved. And for me, Nicola Hall, as a chief of HR, I don't do gray. I do black and white, and I do not want to be here to be held accountable for folks into jobs that are not board approved. And that is a policy set forth by the board. So I want to make sure that I'm in line with policy.
So there may be people that are in these positions right now,
Correct.
right? But it's just that their titles are changing.
Correct. And once we get the job descriptions approved by the board, then we start realigning people to the correct approved job description and the approved salary scale. So it's 3 tiers.
Are any of these descriptions, have any of them already been eliminated, or, someone who was in one of those positions?
The positions have not been eliminated officially until the board gives the approval to do so. But we've notified individuals, if we've found positions that are comparable to their roles and responsibility that's already board approved, then we start going ahead and move them with that within those job descriptions, those approved job descriptions, and their salaries are not affected by that change.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. And thank you for the link. It was very helpful on the
you're
email.
welcome.
You could go right to the description of it. The board is clear. We'll take public comment now. Any members of the public wish to comment on item B3?
I'm a little puzzled as to why you're eliminating job descriptions that don't exist. But just for the record, the assistant to the administrative director of facilities has a salary of $101,581. And that position was still occupied as of May 31st. If you ask me after the meeting, I'd be happy to tell you the name of that person, but it's apparently a former principal who has been, I guess, in the facilities office for some time. The chief officer of student support services, I would challenge you in the next week to study the backup for that very, very carefully, because it looks as though you are eliminating a second-tier sub-cabinet position in order to eliminate the incumbent person in that position and replacing it with another job description by a different name, which you then will intend to fill. I'm not an employment lawyer, but I don't think that's very cool. If you need to fire somebody, fire them. Don't eliminate their position and then create another position to do the same thing. If the problem is only what their position is called, change the name. So if the gentleman from Maryland would like to fire John McCann, he should fire John McCann. If he wants to reclassify his position and give him the option to continue or not, he should do that. He should not eliminate the position as though it's no longer necessary and then suddenly, immediately the next day, have a need to fill that position with someone else. And the former newspaper editor in me can't help but notice that on the job description list that Mr. Tapman read into the record, there is an adolescent literacy coordinator. That's not the title on the backup. Get it right. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
Greetings. I would like to tell y'all to not vote for this. And the reason being is simple. We're trying to eliminate positions for people that are supposedly not qualified. And that was the reason that they gave for why they gave impact letters. They said that they gave the impact letters because the individuals in those positions were not qualified, which we have now learned that that was not true. So I question the reason for why we're trying to get rid of or eliminate positions that are occupied by individuals that are highly qualified. We're not impacting or affecting the people that are not qualified. People that should have received impact letters were some of the people that were in the senior cabinet because they're not qualified to actually be in that role if you actually go by the job description, the roles, and the responsibilities. That's what I'm asking for, that we actually be honest with each other and be very transparent. Right now, our lines of transparency are extremely cloudy, blurry, and it looked like a hurricane or tornado is actually about to hit it. It's not honest. We're not being fair, and we're not being honest and fair to the children in which we're going to serve. So I do ask that we not eliminate those job descriptions. I do ask that we go back to those job descriptions that we actually have and that we see who occupy those positions, see how qualified they are, and see what rubrics has been used. Because I'm sure that everybody's going to have questions about the rubrics that we're going to use next month for the superintendent as it relates to him getting his bonus. So I do think that we should really look at that because that's not being looked at also. The assessments and the evaluations of how we're coming to the tune of eliminating job descriptions. Last but definitely not least, we have changed a lot of titles for individuals that work for our school system that actually the board did not approve. And I'm gonna give you an example. Monique Spaulding's title changed from chief of facilities to now administrative facilities. That wasn't a position that was approved by our board, but that is her new title. If you look at when she signs any of the emails, that's what it reflects. So I'm not telling you something that I just pulled up out of a rabbit's hat or made up. I'm telling you something that you can actually see that's in black and white. And so I do think that we need to look at how much stuff is actually coming and getting the board's approval before it's actually done. Because this elimination of job descriptions, Mr. McCann already been let go by our school system. Y'all just now are getting ready to be able to finalize it and make it official. But go and see when he got that letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing no other comments from the audience, back to the board. Mr. Shamlin, you were on the board. Do you have a comment?
Yes, sir. I'm going to caution members of the public about referring to personnel matters, whether they be actual or assumed. And that's out of respect for the people who work, the employees who work for the system. I've noticed persons' names have been stated. It may not be a clear violation of law, but it is a respect thing, and we need to be cautious of that. I'm just letting the public know.
Thank you, Mr. Shamlin. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you. We had a small meeting where we looked at this with the consultant, and I know that some of the reasons, well, I'm thinking the main reason for this is these changes are because of the new software that's coming online and having to clean things up and reinsert things. And I was wondering if there would be someone who would comment on that. And I would also ask that whatever typos or inconsistencies that are in the backup, that the board members may or may not have seen be cleaned up before this is looked at again next week.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, will you conduct the vote, please?
Sorry, please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B4, new job descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following new job descriptions. A, ESL, bilingual community ambassador. B, community ambassador. C, homeless ambassador. D, mental health professional. E, academic program coordinators. F, ADA compliance officer. G, school resource officer. H, director of mental health services. I, director of labor relations. J, youth development specialists. K, chief of plant operations. L, digital press operator. M, large format production operator. N, screen printing press operator. O, production finishing assistant. P, assistant director of facilities. Q, assistant director of transportation. R, regional chef. S, coordinator for student activities. T, academic program supervisor, strategic alignment, operational excellence. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Baloo, and your motion is to move it to it.
Since this is these are new job descriptions, I'd like to move it to the board meeting without action.
Do I have a second on that? Seconded by Mr. Goday. Ms. Bernard.
I just wanted to ask, do we really have a regional chef? Is it for child nutrition services? How nice. I'm
Sorry, taller than the rest. So we don't have one yet. It is the goal that if it's approved by the board, we would like to have regional chefs because we would like to improve the nutrition of our kids. And I think it would be super awesome to showcase all the good things that are happening in St.
And does this position report to, is in the child nutrition?
Child nutrition, correct.
Okay, so they report to Dr. Mann?
That
the
is correct.
Director or chief, whatever her
Yes.
position is. Okay, so, oh, wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. The motion is by Mr. Baloo and seconded by Mr. Goday. Mr. Baloo.
Thank you, President Tapman. There's three positions I'd like a little bit of an overview and some background on. That's the homeless ambassador, the community ambassador, and the director of labor relations.
So the Director of Labor Relations, most large school districts normally have a labor relations department to manage and handle a lot of staff conflicts. And we are a union environment. Even though I have a really good working relationship with the different unions, it helps to have someone who has expertise in employee labor relations matters. So that was a request for that type of work, to be able to manage a lot of the conflicts that we do have and that I have to manage within HR, which is, it's becoming, I don't do grays. Once again, it helps to have someone who is a part of that world and understand, have the experience and the expertise to manage employee conflicts, et cetera, et cetera.
If I could add to
Yes,
that,
please.
Board Member Blue, we, with 6,000 employees, we manage a lot of conflict. And as Chief Hall says, most large districts similar to our sizes, as we work with the council, have a labor relations department, although we may not have strong unions, those things here, but there is conflict that we have in a lot of ways. And currently right now, how that is handled through our human resource department. We need to add additional capacity for that.
Thank you, Superintendent Narcisse. The homeless ambassador, this was a request that came from federal programs, and there's no chief of federal programs. Let's make sure we're on the same page with that. That was a typo. We'll take care of that. But this was to expand our services for a homeless community. I'm not sure if you guys have been there yet, but they need some additional support and services, and that was reason to expand additional services to them through a homeless ambassador. What else did you say? Oh, community. And that was also came from the Chief of Academics office. And it's still, once again, to expand the services. We want more community engagement. I know this was part of a lot of the passionate outcry of we need to be out and, partner in collaboration with community members, et cetera, who are our client base. So that was the need to be able to have those two positions to help to facilitate those types of relationships and to expand our services.
And I don't know if it wasn't part of the job description, but do we see the ambassador positions as being helpful in tracking students that we lose track of for graduation purposes if we can't locate them, things like that?
Yes. One of the cool things about our team, our leadership team, is that we do work together and we do identify areas where we need a lot of support. And when we look at the items that we have, like job descriptions that we have, or whoever's in that position to assist. And sometimes we don't have the expertise there. As you can see, there's also a mental health profession. That's also part of that conversation. So we look at everything holistically, and then we try to find the best sustainable solution that we could use to expand the services beyond EBR. And we do have, when it comes to graduation excellence, as part of that conversation. And this will help to facilitate that growth and expansion.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, I wanted to find out about, since we already have staff in our communications team, and now going to be at all of the schools, the parent liaisons and community engagement liaisons, or I don't know what all the titles are, but we have additional staff that has come on board recently.
Right.
And, my vision was that they were going to be going to community events out in the community where their people are there, the church fairs, all of the, back to school giveaways. A lot of what I've done in the past is community engagement, and you go where the people are and you set up a table, and it's all about information sharing. And a lot of these have you can't get your free things at the end unless you've got a stamp from each of the tables, so they have to go to your table and get your information. And I just don't know that our parent and community engagement people have enough of that in their job descriptions, and I'd like to see that come to us. I'm confused about, why we need the ambassador if we have a full team under the communications department. Do they need to be moved over into this and take one of them as an ambassador? And I don't see us enough in the communities that we serve.
Let me answer that. Yeah, thank you so much, Board Member Dyson, for that comment. So let me just make sure we clarify two things, because we did not have a community engagement position ever in the district. So we started that when I came on board. There are two large gaps. One, you identified that we are not in the community at all. So the community ambassador, his job is to work with the schools around various community partners, and those community things are happening within those neighborhoods to make sure those become a part of the school. That's very different than just a parent liaison person. A parent liaison person is helping to work with parents to make sure that we're building PTAs at every single school in our school system, which we do not have that in a very robust way across the school system, and also to be a liaison to help parents communicate better with navigating within the school, whether it's with teachers, with school leaders, and those things. And so those are very two different types of work that they're doing to do that. And so in the communications office, we have a position where there's a community engagement person working there, and then there's also someone who helps to work with parent connection as well to help build out those components, whether it's like with PTA and those things. And we've been trying to develop that connection in our school system. What has been challenging is that we have not focused on both. Some communities have had certain designs of things better than others, and that's where we're trying to work to close that gap so they can work in schools.
I know from past experience that there can be 3 and 4 events all happening on one Saturday, and we were trying to, get to them all. So so we only have one employee that is community engagement
Yes.
employed?
Yes.
Yeah, and currently that community engagement person that works in the comms office helps to work with our connection with all of our programs. Faith base is a part underneath that work. Those are all community engagements within various neighborhoods and communities into each of our school system. So we're trying to expand that. And then there's also the work that we want to build with parents to be connected into our schools around PTAs and various things around parent connections.
So in that communications team, do we have how many people are in there now?
Top of my head, I don't know. The chief is here. You could.
I know in the past we've had 1 to 2.
No, you've actually had
And so
one, you
now-
actually had one person in the comms office,
That's a community.
which was a very challenging space because we weren't communicating well with our families. Yes.
Good evening. So the question is how many in total is in the communications office? So between the two branches, between community and family engagement and also comms. So in the community and family engagement, there are currently 2 main people, and then they have the parent liaisons. What's the new title for that? I'm sorry. Facilitators under that half of it. And then in the comms department, we have a total of 9. So I don't know if you want us to count all of the facilitators as well in that number, or who are just in central office.
Well, I would very much like to see the job descriptions of all of these people, and I would like to see more of that number, more of the 9, concentrating on community engagement, really getting to events that are already scheduled by other people and not necessarily trying to hold our own to make that people have to come to, but going where they already are, Wednesday night at church, and, getting involved in those communities, information sharing. And that is the way to penetrate neighborhoods and be a part of, is to actually go and present ourselves with tables on Saturdays. So we might have to look at some, when you do that, then you might not work on a weekday or something. Or
Absolutely, and that is currently happening. So even though the community engagement in central office is, small when we say 2 people, but there's an example. This weekend, we have personnel going out to Kid Zone's Juneteenth celebration in the Scotlandville area to pass out information on our district, to let them know what all initiatives we have going on. So those weekend initiatives that you're talking about, that is currently happening in our department. It's just, there is a smaller amount technically as compared to who literally does traditional communications and marketing.
Can we start getting on the weekly, can we start getting their area included, and show us which events that week have happened that we have been a part of, participated in?
Are you asking for activities that are within each board member's area? Is that what you're-
Just across the district, each, wherever, yeah.
Yes,
It'd
we
be
could
good
do
to
that.
see what
Yes.
we're doing out
We
there.
actually provide that. We actually do provide that.
That they went to
You're talking what
this
style?
church.
Oh, you're asking.
And
you
they
wanna
had a
report where-
table.
So you want to
and
report
they-
where staff members are going? Is that?
Yeah, I wanted to see where we're penetrating the community and working towards informing and educating the community about the services and opportunities that we provide, and Hearing from them what we, may need to hear as to why they're not choosing us, or you just have to get into the communities where they already are and have actual tables participating.
Sure, and we provide that information weekly in the superintendent's updates that go out to let you know what community involvement and engagement events are taking place. But we'll be sure to
This event, that
elevate it
event.
as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions from the board, we now go to the audience on item B4.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had a few comments I wanted to make just because of some observations I saw from the exchange. I think Ms. Dyson, what she said about being in the community is essential. And I think the way that you get in the community is you get people from the community. I think that if you bring somebody from the outside in, the community might not be as open and willing to be as engaging. Because at the end of the day, like, you have somebody from outside coming in, it's like, I don't know, should I talk to you? Should I not talk to you, right? So if you tap in with people that are from the community, I think you'd have a much better go at getting into the community.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience on item B4?
Even though I'm short, I can talk loud. None of these items, these last few job description items, are anywhere close to being ready for adoption. They are not very good drafts yet. They certainly aren't final. The gentleman from Maryland is sadly mistaken when he said there was never a community engagement person ever. There was if I remember the title correctly, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent for Parent and Community Engagement when Bernard Taylor was superintendent. There were parent liaisons. So the fact that you hadn't done enough research to discover that doesn't mean it never happened. These job descriptions are useless if they don't list the supervisory chain of command, and if they aren't widely available, every single person to the public. It would be irresponsible of you to allow any changes until you spend several hours with plenty of public involvement and address the entirety of the administrative structure, the chain of command, the organizational chart, and every single job description for full-time employees in this system. And you shouldn't even think about doing that until you do a reasonable, professional, complete, thorough, sensible consideration of all of the budgets, including the ESSER budget, which hasn't yet been presented to the public. I see lots of job descriptions for people that aren't in the classroom. I'm worried that at some point we'll be to the situation where a teacher has 50 students and 10 administrators breathing down his or her neck, telling them how to do their job better. Remember what I said about proofreading earlier? There are 20, the motion you're considering lists explicitly 20 job descriptions. There are 20 job descriptions in the backup. Like I said, none of them have the chain of command, none of them have the salary, and they don't happen to be the same 20. I'm not going to do the administration's homework. I will tell you that the coordinator of student activities has 2 or 3 different names depending on where you're looking, probably even within the job description. There is one of the 20 on this list for which there is no job description listed. And there is one job description listed that the administration clearly wanted you to approve, but they didn't make the motion. Oops. Thank you.
Okay. The new job descriptions is extremely hilarious. I would laugh right now if I didn't want to go on ahead and laugh and then start crying. Because it's hilarious to think that we're going to create new job descriptions and we don't know what the funding source is going to be to actually employ all these individuals that you're talking about. And then it's sad because I have to think about what Dr. Finney just closed with. How many ESS students would actually be in one classroom? Right now, currently, we house kindergarten through 5th grade in one classroom that have ESS. We have 6th through 8th grade in one classroom if they're a child with a disability. We have all the kids 9th through 12th in one classroom with one teacher if they have a disability. That is a very, very, very bad violation of IDEA. This boardroom I talked about many times before is not in ADA compliance. I still don't see where we've gotten an ADA coordinator that would actually deal with the employees that need ADA accommodations. We don't have an ADA coordinator that deal with the children with disabilities that need accommodations. And yet we're talking about creating a job description for SROs, unarmed individuals that will not be housed at an elementary school in this whole entire school system. And yet we said that the revelation we had was Uvalde, Texas. That was an elementary school that had a massacre of staff and children. And we are not addressing that. We're not thinking logically. You just had the lady come up here and tell a bold-faced lie talking about the stuff that's in CEDO's addressed to everybody in the school system. That is not reaching community people. That's not reaching anybody. Ms. Dyson, I agree with you. We have a pastor right now in the audience, Reverend Flowers. Ask him how many times they come to his church. None. We could contact Pastor Perry Wright. We can contact Pastor Fred Smith, and the list go on and on. We are not doing outreach. We stripped Mr. Kuzan from all that. And we hired 53 parent liaisons that did not even know what their role was. I have that on record. Just in case you want it, that was in court and it was stated. We have a problem with constantly creating stuff and there is no monitoring implementation by our board. I'm sorry. I have to get frustrated about it because my child constantly get put at risk. And you wonder why I continue to take our school system to court? It's because we're not creating the right positions. And we made ourselves so top heavy that we can't. We have to look at how we trim the fat. And starting to trim the fat is by taking part of the senior cabinet.
Thank you, Ms. Corley.
Thank you, Mr. Tapman.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. Of the new job descriptions, how many of these are presently filled with people in old job descriptions? And how many require new hires?
ADA compliance officer, that position, there is a project manager, ADA compliance coordinator that was never board approved. So that's one. The mental health profession is the help to expand. Can you guys hear me? Okay. The mental health professional is just to help to expand mental health services throughout the district, including the director. In addition to it's marketable, it's easier to gain more attention to those positions versus social work. I guess social work is kind of a little antiquated, but mental health professionals do assist with that. Academic program coordinator, we do have one person in that position right now that was not board approved.
So right now you're naming the ones that are filled, right?
That are filled, correct.
Okay.
My apologies, to be clear. Okay. The digital press operator, the large format production operator, screen print and press operator, And the production finishing assistant are positions, people are in those positions. We're just updating the functionality because a lot of the functionality within the old job description are pretty much antiquated. And I could have the chief expand on those types of languages. The equipment that used to be in the old job description are no longer being used currently in this century, per se. The assistant to the director.
Would you mind naming the letter as you go? So
I'm
looking-
sorry. I was reading
Because we're
from my
looking, I've got this little screen and trying to see what that is. Catch 'em, follow along with you.
So we talked about the letter F. We talked about E, F. We spoke about, or at least I spoke about.
They're filled, yeah.
Yes, it's I, that L, M, N, O. Those positions are currently in Com's office, but they're just antiquated, meaning the functionalities of those positions.
If I can make a suggestion,
Yes.
I know we're getting into a lot of these questions that the board are asking. Is it maybe a possibility, since we're working to move this item to the board meeting, we can respond to any questions that you may have. Remember, Jackson, these specific detail questions, we can put that in the board login.
Yeah, but if you could just simply give me a number, you can just count them off and let me know
Oh,
which
that
ones.
was it. That was pretty much it.
So these are the ones that are already filled. The rest of them would be new hires.
Right, or they're going to be realigned to the person who's currently in a position that was not board approved. But the ones that I listed are people who are in positions that don't have a job description, board approved job description. But I could send that in a board request, detail.
Okay. Thank you. I would also like to know what the fiscal note would be on the new ones as well.
We can provide that to you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B5, consideration of request for approval for the following grade configurations. A, the new elementary school in the south as a pre-K 8th grade. B, the new high school in the south as a 6th through 12th grade, strategic alignment, student achievement. Do we have a motion?
I would like to move that we send it without recommendation. I just would like some more time to consider the grade configurations for these schools. Mr. Tapman, the schools will be in your district, those two.
And I'll speak to that.
So thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Bernard and the second is by Ms. Dyson. Were you in there to make the motion, Ms. Bernard, or?
That's what
Okay. Mr. Baloo.
I just wanted to request a technical change to the way it's worded, just to be consistent with the way the tax plan it's written. In place of south, it would be southern part of the district. That's the way it's worded in the tax plan. I'd just like to see it consistent with that.
Thank you, Mr.
That's a friendly amendment to the motion.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baloo. Ms. Ware Jackson.
I know we're going to look at this more, but I'm wondering, since I see there, both of them include middle school age children, I'm wondering if we've looked at any research in the demographics recently that would show an increase in the need for middle school seats. And I'm wondering also if we're considering doing this kind of model across the district when we look at configurations later.
I think that's questions to you, not me.
Yes, we can provide that data to you. We have done research on it. I can have our team provide with that data. And as far as the configuration is concerned, we are looking at a few configurations around 612 and also pre-K8 as it matches up to what our data says.
Mm-hmm. So on the surface, can you tell me, I mean, I'm guessing since we'll have, if this goes the way that it's written, we would basically have 2 sites where we would have middle school kids.
Yeah, when you look at the southern part of the parish, it is then we've had a demographic shift as we've shared. We have plenty of students, but not enough schools. And so we're hopeful that this also will highlight kind of the work we're doing, our master's facilities plan as well. And so we believe that these schools will be very filled.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in that middle school, at the middle school level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. And I'm using Ms. Collins's computer. So I like the 2 computer setups. So that's why I was a little tickled when she showed up. I was like, whoa. I have, I'm excited about both of these schools. And just to give everybody an update, on the elementary school, which is what I'm going to call it, we have a purchase agreement. Of course, it has to come back to the board, but we were able to work with BRAC and put together a purchase agreement. If everything goes well, it will come back to the board for approval. I'm particularly excited because I think it's a great collaboration with BRAC, but I'm even more excited because it is in an area where we serve a lot of children. So that's the real positive part of this. I will tell you, though, it is my understanding that we don't have the money in the tax plan to go pre-K8. And I think that's going to be a further discussion that I'd like to get a little more data on next week. I'm all for extended grade configurations. I like pre-K12 because it creates an accountability from the 3rd grade math teacher to the 7th grade math teacher, right? I like that. And so I like the larger configurations because you don't go through that part where you have to leave an elementary school and go to a middle or leave a middle and go to a high. I just don't think we have the money in the tax plan. It is my understanding from the conversations that I've had, in order to do that, it would be somewhere between 5 and 10 million more. And, you know, we're going to get the land within the configuration of the dollars because of the help with BRAC. And unless you've got a magic trick to come up with some extra money, I think we have to be very cautious about approving a grade configuration we can't afford. And that's all I want to say. I like the grade configurations. I wish we had the money for it. We're going to fill that school. It is right. We have a lot of kids who attend our district in that area. So that's my ask to kind of talk. We need to talk about whether or not there's money in that for that. So thank you. Didn't mean to go on like that. Ms. Dyson.
I too like the idea of these grade configurations, but what I'm going to need to see is how many students are they going to, what is the capacity going to be built for each of these sites? And is it going to limit the numbers of elementary because we put middle in with it? I need to see, I need to see the size of these schools that we're talking about and, you know, how many existing students would logically move there and from where. And I'd like us to be very mindful of the schools that don't need to lose kids and the schools that do. And so we're not just moving kids around and then leaving schools like we've done previously, and then we leave the school with too few. So we have to be mindful of how we do this. And so I would like more information before this comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Mr. Godet.
Yes, I was just curious. I assume part of this is to get started on some preliminary architectural work. So when we come back with this information, could you also give us a timeline for that so that we understand exactly when we need to make a decision on what? Because there's lots of pros and cons to any of the positions here, and there will not be a perfect answer to this, but I would like to know when we need to have an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. Ms. Bernard.
I would like to know what we originally have budgeted for these two schools in terms of, so I really want to hear this information about the grade configurations from the tax plan manager, Miss Anderson. I know she's probably
She'll be
not
here next
here
week.
tonight, but she'll be here next week. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
I think she'll be here next week.
And I'll have Ms. Anderson put that report together before the next meeting and get it to the members of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Thank you, Mr. Shamlin. We now go to the audience.
I go on record every time we talk about blending grades. So just to point it out, when you talk about putting middle school with elementary and middle school with high school, having done blended summer school for a decade, I would like to remind you that when you have children who are curious and children who are experienced when it comes to sexuality, and they do things in bathrooms, if you have children, you understand this, you have to make sure said children are not in the bathroom at the same time. It becomes very difficult when you're doing a 6 through 12 model. Otherwise, you end up with lawsuits. And statutory has to do with how old children are, not consent, because you're not able to give consent if you're under a certain age. So 6 through 12 can become a very dangerous situation if you are not vigilant about keeping them apart. It works at Northeast because of how they have done it for years, but it does not work in every area.
I've heard a really disturbing trend over the last couple items where, in order to shut down questioning, the gentleman from Maryland suggested he would slip a little bit of information on the side to board members rather than have a public discussion. If the administration is not ready to present any of the 22 items on this agenda, Mr. Godet, I would invite you to move for adjournment. Give them a week, a month, 6 months to get their act together, and then maybe there will be something that you can give proper consideration to. And Mr. Shamlin, if you have Ms. Anderson put a report together, I would hope it hits board docs the second it hits board members' mailboxes, because that is not privileged information. It absolutely belongs to the public, and there's no reason that we should have to abuse your office with record requests all the time for stuff that we shouldn't have to ask for. So this item is not ready for you to think about, much less approve anything next week. If you want to just have a discussion item, that's great. If you've got plenty of time to burn next week after the budget hearing and before whatever appears on the agenda at the last minute that's an emergency that couldn't go through the committee of the whole. It's not ready. I mean, there's what, 1 page of backup? 1,500 students in an elementary school? Are you kidding? Is that a serious proposal? If that's a serious proposal, fire the gentleman from Maryland today. That's asinine. You should not be considering that with a straight face. But that's what the backup says. Now, I happen to be with Mr. Tapman in liking the idea of kind of blurring middle schools out of existence. But as Ms. Matthews pointed out, and many of my colleagues who work with middle school kids have pointed out, that is not a discussion to be just kind of eased into without serious consideration and involvement of the public. You keep doing it. You've never had the full public discussion on whether we want to extend elementary schools to 8th grade. You didn't get public input. You didn't act as a board to combine Crestworth Elementary and Middle. You just let the gentleman from Maryland get away with whatever he wanted to do, and God forbid you challenge him on anything or fire him for cause. So be very careful about going to what I think is a perfectly reasonable model without getting community buy-in and advice from professionals. I mean, if there's data to be had, there is no reason for it to be marked for board eyes only and go through email chain and screw over the public by not giving them full access to what all you have apparently been talking about amongst yourselves for days or weeks. Thank you for your time.
Again, good evening, board. I wanted to make a point to what President Tapman said. I want to applaud you for your vision for your district. I think that's a great concept that you have there. But I did also hear you talk about BRAC. I think BRAC is a great organization. I think they are a very important, integral part to our city growing. I'd like to also say that Ms. Bernard, I like what you also said about looking at the original budget or the tax plan for doing anything going forward. I think that's really important as well. But I also want to say that based on my numerical statistics, about 2,225 students would be like set up totally between the schools in the South and Kenilworth. And what I keep hearing throughout the gist of the meeting is we're going to have more employees and more schools. Okay, so we're adding on. We're expanding, we're growing. We've got some aggressive expansion going on right now, okay? Now here's the deal. McKinley High School, 1907. For 115 years, we have been marginalized at best. And McKinley has been able to take children from coals to diamonds with little to no resources. Now, we got approved for $36 million to rebuild our school. As you know, gas today is almost running $5 to $6 a gallon. Inflation is happening. It's happening. You can't stop it. So the $36 million we got 4 years ago is probably, what, $28 million now, 27? But as we keep expanding, we keep growing, all of these different entities are being spoke of, and we are still being second-classed. That just will not do. We must do the right thing. Focus on the schools that we have and expand them to get better. And then once they get better, then we can expand even further. But if you don't take the time to look at what you are doing, because here's the deal with McKinley, we're talking about literally slaves built McKinley on Ivy Hugh tax dollars. And I think that's a great thing. We were working together then, we can work together now. We're gonna have to come to some type of rationalization that if we keep spending without being accountable for what we have already, then we'll be moving in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Name already, so I'm up here. Good evening, board members, Dr. Narcisse, Superintendent Dale Flowers. A couple of things that has me puzzled. I've read the memorandums. One is K through 6 up to 1,500 students. The other is 6 through 12 up to 2,000 students. We're also going to add Kenilworth, another 600, which puts us at 4,100 students in the southern part of the parish. Where are these students coming from? Are we going to close some schools? Are there some schools that are about to be taken over by the recovery school district that we don't know about, and you guys are going to have to close? Or you're going to pull students from other schools to go to these 3 schools? Speaking money, okay, I've got the tax plan from 2018. I've got it right here in front of us. It says that you're going to purchase land, $10 million. That was in the year 20. This year, 2021, you're going to build an elementary school for $25 million. Okay, I'm assuming that's your 6 to 12. In year 6, you are to build a new secondary school, and that's going to be $45 million. So I'm assuming that's the 6 through 12. Well, that's year 6. You're jumping over the schools. I'm going to circle back to McKinley, which was supposed to be in year 5. You hadn't done anything. Now, Chris, you said 36. It's actually 35 is what it's been approved for. So my question is, we keep doing these things in the southern part of the parish, and it affects McKinley. It impacts McKinley negatively. We built Baton Rouge High School, then we built Lee High School, Liberty High School. McKinley is losing students. 2016, McKinley had over 400 gifted and talented students. 2019, about 200. This year, 30 gifted and talented students, because they're leaving McKinley, they're going to other schools. They're going to Baton Rouge High, they've gone to Lee High, and now we're going to build more schools in South Baton Rouge. It does not make sense to me. You're going to spend $45 million, you're going to jump McKinley and spend a school, $45 million. You're going to spend another $25 million. I'm assuming that you've already spent the $10 million to purchase this land. Where are these students coming from? And why do we keep having these negative impacts on McKinley High School? Every decision that we make in the South, that you guys make in South Baton Rouge, has a negative impact on McKinley. Let me say this. You guys know I work in the school system. Dyson, as well as Narcisse, you guys gave me an award just a few weeks ago because of the work that I've done at Dufrock. So yes, McKinley is my baby, but I'm concerned about all of our students. And something has to be done. This cannot continue what's happening to McKinley High School by the decision that you guys are making. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience?
So I'm going to touch on several things. April, when you're ready to do my time, I'm ready. Several issues for you. Okay, number one, we have had multiple shootings throughout our parish because of underage girls that are very developed, that may be developed like I am, which I am a grown adult woman, mingling with high school boys, and it results in deaths. That's due to the model that you're talking about doing, mixing middle school and high school. They're not ready for that. If we're going to do anything, we need to take a page from what Mr. Warren Drake has suggested, which is doing our schools like Zachary school system, which is put only 2 grades at each school. If you do that, then the high schools can actually separate the 9th grade and have 9th grade academy to allow them the opportunity to get a little more mature. And then they can still mingle and fellowship with the rest of the high school students during lunch and PE. And then 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, they're with the 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. That's how you do growth. Now, what we're proposing now to hurt McKinley High is a problem. I would talk about North Baton Rouge area, but y'all have saturated it so much with charter schools that I don't even know what to say on that. We're disenfranchised in the North area, but the South still have an opportunity. And don't worry, I'm gonna come back when we talk about some charters to knock them out the window too, because we're not giving our school system and our students the fighting chance. We're talking about building new schools. We still have over 180 teaching positions that we have not filled, even with the impacted letters that were supposedly to fill those positions that it did not do. All it did was move people from one place to another. It never filled any of the positions. And now we're going to create more. What we're doing is we're creating a shit show. Sorry to say it like that, but that's the truth. We're creating a problem that we're not going to be able to resolve. And by the time we actually realize how big of a mess we've created, he will be gone. My child still will be here in this school system, and he will be gone. He might be looking for a position now. He is at 18 months. 18 months make the 18th. So that's next week. He don't last nowhere past 2 years. That's the longest place he ever stayed. Talk to him. He'll tell you.
Stay on the agenda item.
I'm staying on the agenda. I'm saying that what we're doing is disenfranchising to our students and to our faculty. And it's going to impact Baton Rouge Area Chamber of Commerce to an extreme, which means we are not going to have anything here in Baton Rouge to look at. So I just ask that we not move this on, but let's have a further discussion. Do another special meeting, have a further discussion about this, because a lot of things don't ever go to the actual community like we promised.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience?
Good afternoon. I really, when you listen and you know the history of McKinley High School, you're talking about the history of Baton Rouge. And I wish Joe Delpit could be here this evening, you know, and you would understand why McKinley High is important to Baton Rouge. Now, when we go back in the school system, you had a choice when it came with McKinley High and you had Baton Rouge High. You had McKinley High with gifted. It was the only high school that had the gifted program. You had the regular program. So you had students that were mixed into Baton Rouge High that had the magnet program. So McKinley High had a program that was set up that students were going to, that drew white students into McKinley, which is said that McKinley would never have white students. There were students when they were charged and it was redistricted to go to McKinley. Terra students were changed to go to McKinley. They moved off of Wooddale, the street, and moved to the next street to keep from going to McKinley because they felt that they were going to be the only white students and did not want to go. So if you know the history of McKinley, you know this really happened. They went and met with the principal, who was Breeder at the time. Breeder won them over to come to McKinley. And he told them, there is no fear. I will take care of you and your children. He warned them, and they solicited other students to come to McKinley and gave it a chance. And McKinley made it and drew white students into McKinley High School. That's the history of McKinley. Don't destroy McKinley. They worked hard to get where they are. If you look at the principles that McKinley had, they worked to keep what they had, the programs that they had. And if you knew Dr. Paraboom, who gave the problem and tested the students who were gifted to put them at McKinley, because that was the only high school that we had for gifted students. Don't destroy what we made from the beginning, because you're talking about modeled from clay, from nothing, and made it something. Keep it. We need McKinley, and we're talking about it at LSU. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, we're back to the board. I just wanted to make a clarification. We're working with BRAC, the Recreation Department, on the land purchase. I just wanted to make sure it sounded like someone said BRAC, and I want to make sure it's BRAC. We're working with them. They're going to build, I think it's called a school in the park concept, where we're going to share some resources, but it's BRAC. And I want to thank Ms. Bernard for her work as a board member on BRAC for helping us with that. Ms. Ware Jackson.
One question to clarify the timeline on this as it relates to the item that we're talking about. We're talking about grade configurations for some schools that are coming up in the tax plan. But just to be clear, where does the work actually happen in the tax plan?
It's my understanding that we can pull the tax plan up, but it's my understanding that the elementary's first.
Right.
It's early on and.
Because that was in the old tax plan that we were trying to,
No, this is a new tax plan. This is all new. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this is,
It was in.
and it's identified by year. And so, it's a pay-as-you-go program. So in that first year, we collect the money to be able to pay for what is in that first year.
Right.
But it's my understanding that the elementary school it's not this August, but the following August,
That's
am I
correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I think the high school's maybe 3 years?
3 years. And so with Ms. White Jackson, to give you a little clarity, we purchased the land for both projects within the $10 million that was allocated. If you remember the board, we kind of had that discussion initially. The board authorized us to go after the initial purchase. We were able to come in under budget. And because of the size of the property we purchased, we realized we needed a second piece of property in order to realize the second school. So we were able to take both pieces of property under that one umbrella. With
Yeah,
the
and I
oversight
just-
committee's approval.
Right, and so when we bought the first piece, it was owned by a bunch of different owners, and so when we got the full part of it, our tax plan manager, CSRS, said it was gonna be tight to get everything on there, and so we had $1.5 million left. And so we decided to go after the other piece that we talked about, and we brought all that to you guys, and it looks like we're gonna be able to pull it off, which it will be amazing if we do. I think it's gonna be an incredible concept, and Breck's been wonderful. But the elementary school's first.
Right.
And it happens sooner.
Yeah,
So we're actually behind schedule.
on that one, that's
Yes,
for
ma'am.
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people understand that we're not jumping ahead. We're not jumping ahead and doing something that is supposed to be done after McKinley. This was, well, I don't know about the high school part.
It's all,
That's-
I don't think we've asked for an alteration other than the Broadmoor Middle delay, right? We asked for like a delay.
That's correct. I believe we also had an alteration with the Forest Heights piece, so we requested.
Oh, that's true too. That's true because the board member in that area and the principal and the community wasn't sure exactly, because we had some options. But that's the only two changes. Everything else is lined up in the tax
Everything
plan.
else is lined up, so we're not jumping past the work at McKinley to do this work.
No.
Just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Dice?
Yeah, I was going to say the same things, that we actually had to bypass Woodlawn, the Southeast New School. We had to bypass it because we didn't have all of the great work done yet on being able to acquire the land that was needed within I commend everyone that worked on that. Sorry, it did take longer, but it was a lot to maneuver around, and I'm just so pleased that we were able to get it within budget. So thank y'all for the work that we've all put in on that.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, will you please conduct the vote?
Please vote. We do a roll call vote now.
Yeah, please. Yeah, absolutely.
Here it is. It just popped up.
The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B6, consideration of a request for the approval for a pre-K 8th grade configuration at Kenilworth School, conditioned upon its return to the East Baton Rouge Parish School System Strategic Alignment Student Achievement. Do I have a motion?
I would like to make the motion since the school is in my district.
And I would love for you to do that.
I
What's
would-
your motion?
I would like to send this one without recommendation also, just as a stand, so there can be a standalone item. And thank you.
Do I have a second? Mr. Gode seconds.
It's across the street from me.
Okay, seeing no comments or questions from the board, we'd like to take public comment if you have comments on item B6.
Again, you've had no data presented and you've had no meaningful community input that says K through 8 is the way to do things. Furthermore, this is completely hypothetical. This appears to be a request by the gentleman from Maryland for you to tie your hands before you even know what's going to happen with Kenilworth. Is the state giving it back? Who knows? You know, why decide now we're going to lock into K through 8 as opposed to 3-year-old through 5th or 4-year-old through 7th or any other configuration, even 6th through 12th, until you actually have control of the building? It's ridiculous. You've got plenty to do next week, and the administration owes you and the public so much information that they aren't going to be able to pull together, that this is worth talking about, but it sure isn't worth talking about in the next week. So I would passionately urge you to defer this until sometime in the fall, by which point perhaps we'll know whether that building's actually available for this to be worth spending any time or energy talking about. And by the way, I keep hearing about a master plan, and you keep shortchanging the master plan by locking yourself into decisions that somebody's going to say, well, we already decided to do that. So what if the master plan says it's a really stupid thing to do? You voted, well, at least 6 people were here to vote to pass it forward. When are you going to draw a line in the sand and say, we actually have to have good data to support a decision? We have to give the community plenty of time to consider that data. We have to absorb their inputs, and we have to do what's right for the community, not what's right for resume padding for our visitor from Maryland. Thank you.
So I took some time to look at what a focus school is. A focus school is a school that utilizes an outside benefactor to support their mission. And I think that's a great concept. I'm going to share some statistics with you. Based on the last meeting you had, and this is the categories of Scholastic, Academy, Gifted and Talented, Great Scholars, and Magnet. The North, in those categories, you got 20%. Southeast of the parish, you got 21%. Sherwood, about 16%. Mid-City, Old South, 54 and 50%. Based on the Scholastic Academy, Gifted and Talented, Great Scholars, Magnet. Those are your statistics, not mine. So, having said that, Kenilworth is not in the district, but it's possible they could come back to the district. McKinley is supposed to have a middle school next year. It's a straight slap in the face to consider a great organization like Ochsner to be with an entity that does not exist in the district yet. Why can McKinley not be partnered with Ochsner? Why can't McKinley be partnered with LSU? I stood here and gave you a concession with Polk Elementary because that was the right thing to do. I like the concept, I like the idea, but now we're circling wagons. It's time to stop the wagons from circling. Our neighbors went up the street from us. My school, I love LSU. I love Southern. Great schools, it's a great city. You understand what I'm saying? You went up the street with LSU, you had to go through McKinley to go to Polk. And now you got Kenilworth that's not even here, and they're getting Ochsner. We've got nothing. Please defer this. Take your time and look at this. Let sensibility rule right now. Let's be sensible. Because right now we're being everything but sensible. That is a slap in the face. Big slap in the face to an alumni that has obscured so much pain over the years. And you guys, I listen to you. You are all intelligent, very bright people. You have earned your position. You have been elected and shown yourselves approved. My expectation is that you will take your time, you will look at this, and you will look at it with the idealism that should be given to it, given what McKinley has gone through. Look through the records of the history of this school board. You can see it. We always get here and then here, then here, and we're always last. But not in pride, not in service. We're number one in that. Eddie Robinson, John Michael Guidry, Cleo Fields. Look them up, Ted James. These are great people. And they were taken from clay to diamonds at McKinley. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? And I've been reminded, please identify yourself when you go to the mic each time, so it's for the record. We know who you are, but we just want to hear you. We just want to hear your name.
Yes, my name is Karonda Corley, proud parent of a child with a disability in EBR school system and a national advocate for individuals with disabilities. I spoke on record in regards to getting a focused choice program. Actually, to be exact, it was the LSU water plant program at McKinley High. And Ms. Bernard made the motion for that to be a community meeting. And somehow our superintendent managed to upsert her and actually go behind her back, stab her in the back, if you will, like what there was, Julius Caesar, Caesar Augustus. Yes, he did that. Greek tragedy. Did not bring it to the community. And it's problematic because now you have Kenilworth talking about doing a focused choice program. He just promised Capitol High that they would have a focused choice program with Baton Rouge General. Now, we don't know if that's going to actually come to fruition, but that is a promise that he gave Capitol High alumni. It's also published in the newspaper, just in case you want to go back and verify. This is a problem. Kenilworth and Ochsner. We already have a charter school, Baton Rouge Discovery, that has a partnership with Ochsner that we actually shot down because we didn't want it and they bypassed us and went to Bessie, and now it's going to be a Title II and it's opening August at the old Ronald's building. Why are we going to try to do it? When I asked Mr. Trey Nelson, I'm going to say his name, with Ochsner, I spoke with him at the last board meeting in regards to what was their plan. They don't have it. I asked him, what was the curriculum? They don't have it. I asked him, who sits on their board for this program? They don't have it. I asked them, how will the students be selected? It was going to be via a lottery, which means exclusion. We were going to exclude children with disabilities from actually being able to participate in a program where every student every day is supposed to be our focus. Tell me, how is that a focused choice? That focus say that we not focused. It say that we blur the line when it's convenient. That's a problem because I've been asking in public records requests for the fiscal note for all of the focused choice programs. It don't exist. I still have yet to get it. And I know when I get my verdict next week, then I can get a federal subpoena to get it. So that means Dr. Narcisse and his team gonna have to come up with them numbers real quick. Because board members asked for that last week. It still don't exist. But this plan, these focused choice plans are supposed to be into existence in August. What are we telling our children? Because we damn sure not gonna have the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Dyson.
I just wanted to let the superintendent, I think he was trying to interject a little while ago. Did you have something that you wanted to share?
Yes, Kenilworth will be coming back to EBR. Kenilworth went to the state and they've requested to be a type 2, which was approved. Type 2 means that they get to get students across anywhere in the state. Which means that they will be leaving our building, because Kenilworth, where they're currently located, is an EBR building, and that building will become vacant. in about a year. And so therefore, this is why we're making this recommendation for that configuration. It is also an area that is very highly populated of students. And as we've shared many of times, there's a demographic shift that's been happening in the district. And so we need to be able to begin to create schools in places where we have many students.
Thank you for that information. So I don't think that what we do with Kenilworth takes away what we are going to do with McKinley. I know that it is in line in the tax plan. And we've got the elementary school, that's happening now. And it's called McKinley Elementary, actually. And so I'm real excited about that. That's coming to that area. And we need McKinley High School as a great feeder for all of those students. And we need to put programs that are attractive. So we haven't voted on anything as far as Capitol High, or any of that has not come to us. And I'd like us to open our minds as to what we're going to do when, McKinley is new and improved, and what programs are going to be there, because I definitely support that too. But I am supporting this, and I'm very excited to get Kenilworth back into our control as far as what we do with it. I think that, as Superintendent Narcisse has said, that the population has grown so much out in the southern part of the district. And the last 10-year tax plan prior to the one that we're in now, we didn't get the schools that we needed. It was, it's been a few decades since we did, and the population has continued to shift. So we've got to right size, and, we've got to look at how many little 200 and 300 student populations we've got here and there, so that we can do some consolidations and really be mindful about every area having the programs and the capacity that they need. And we can re-engage this Baton Rouge, and I'm looking forward to it. So thank you.
And if I could just add, I'm going to be out of order, President Tatman. Just for the the McKinley High School alumni and school, we have not forgotten about McKinley. We are actually have the Innovation School engaging in conversations, because we are trying to line up with, as you know, we're moving all of the high schools to choose 3 of the 5 pathways and to look at specialized programs specifically at the school. And I know we're trying to engage in that conversation with us, ensuring that within those 3 to 5 pathways, whatever this is chosen by McKinley, that we can have partners engage in that. So I wanted to make sure that we say that publicly, because we've been working to try to get to a resolution on trying to do that. We have many partners, I think, as many of the public has come up, that would love to engage. We just have to make sure that we are able to get what that program is to be able to increase that partnership. So that is not forgotten. Our goal actually is to be able to make those decisions sooner than later, even before buildings are built, because we have to create that pipeline. So we've been engaging in that conversation. I just wanted to, share publicly that it's important that we don't think that this is an either or. We do have a lot of students in our parish that families and parents that want to come. We have to create more choice options for that, but we think that McKinley will do exceptionally well once we go through that process, as you're going through, to create a great program. And so we're excited about that. So we'll continue to engage the McKinley alumni and community around that process.
Thank you. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. Earlier this week, looking through the backup and looking at this item in particular around Kenilworth, and seeing that the idea is to move it into another medical focused choice school, I had to wonder, and we already have that model in one area, and now looking to do this. Before we look at this comprehensive plan that we've been waiting for a number of years, and I know we're getting close to it. So I'm feeling like this concept is a little bit premature. I don't see what the real urgency is in deciding exactly what the model is going to look like. And if we haven't presented the research that shows what's actually needed in that area. And I just can't support this at this time with knowing that we have promised that we would have a comprehensive study done, a comprehensive plan for the whole district and look at everything that's in place. And this is very new. The news of Kenilworth, the building coming back to us and deciding what we have to do with it. And it looks like we do have some time to make that decision. And I think that in the meantime, we should have this comprehensive study done, and we should have input from community around what is going to happen at this particular school. So I would ask that we just delay this until after we have the comprehensive plan done and we have more information about what we really need in that area.
So if I could just respond to that, President Tapp. So the board members, your vote is on grade configuration, not on the programmatic piece as of now. So you do need to decide on the configuration of that building. So what we have been able to do is we brought up a pre-K-8 configuration, and then we can engage in a conversation around programmatic. But the reality is that area is still heavily populated. We have many of students and families there, and just wanted to make sure we highlight that.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
I understand you're saying that grade configuration is an urgent matter. But, looking at the backup, and I see that it's tied to the focus choice. So, if all this is in the backup, it must be there for a reason. And I simply don't see the urgency in making that decision before we see the research, before we see what we're doing in that area. I know we talked about in the previous item, around what the demographics may or may not say. I would simply like to see this before we make a choice, make a decision about something new, as far as Kenilworth coming back, the building.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Are you done, or was that a question?
No, I'm done. I'm just
Okay, thank you.
saying what I want to, what I mean.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Goday.
Yes, I'm going to take an entirely different tack than my colleague. We do have the data. The data is simple. Look at Woodlawn Middle School that is busting at the seams. There's no middle school along that whole stretch of the entire parish from Woodlawn Middle to McKinley Middle. When we lost Kenilworth, we lost that middle school, and that's where that neighborhood went. We also have the data that my district, which abuts Kenilworth, was 25% over the population necessary in the redistricting plan. And my colleague, Ms. Bernard's district, if I remember right, was 8% or 10% over? 12% over. So that is where the population growth has been. You can go down Burbank and go look at all the new houses that are up. Quite honestly, we don't have the seats that our parents would like us and demand that we have in that part of the parish. When you look at the tax plan, a large amount of the tax plan was spent in other schools. There have not been new schools built. Liberty was redone. Hey, it's in my district. I wasn't on the board at the time, but Liberty was redone. Woodlawn was built, 15 years ago, 20 years ago? So it is, and Jefferson Terrace is the closest where we have an 8th grade anywhere to that school. We need it badly. It has been known for several months that Kenilworth is coming back to us. We need to get on with it. And we do need to work on what is the programmatic theme that is going to be for that school, whatever we and the public decide it needs to be, but we need to get on with it. For too long, we have shorted seats in our part of the parish where people complain about how the demographics of our district are so heavily skewed to one side or the other. Part of the reason they're skewed that way is because we don't have the seats to put other people in, and they end up all going to private schools. So we desperately need this. We also have, it's just time for us to do this. This is almost like a gift coming to us with Kenilworth Charter deciding to move out and get into their own building. And I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. This is what we need desperately in our district, in our part of the parish. And to delay this would be, it takes a while to get a school set up. You have to staff it. You have to figure out the thematic programs and things in it. It's time for us to move on it. And I seem to remember after the Jefferson Terrace decision, when Mr. Drake was here, because people keep referring back to Mr. Drake, that the the K-8 configuration was the preferred configuration that we were going to try to go with as we go through. So this is just following up on the same kinds of things that was done under the previous administration. So this isn't really a change. So I think we need to get out of our own way and let's go ahead and get this done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, I just wanted to say that the overcrowding in some places is real, and that it will be great to offer this kind of opportunity in this area of town. It's the people in the most southern part, the southeast part, they have over an hour, many of them, to travel to some of the opportunities that we offer. So we need capacity, and it's exciting. I believe in the master plan as well, but I do think that, I know that Kenilworth, as it exists today, is going to, it's going to be expanding to K-8 in another site in August of 2023. So that means we should be getting our building back in little less than a year from now. And so if we're going to be opening it in August of 2023, which I would definitely want, because we don't want buildings sitting. It's not healthy for that. And plus, because we've got students that need the space. And so, I think this time is of the essence, and we did not put off our votes for the park focus choice or the Eva Lagarde. We supported those wholeheartedly, and I think across the board we did. And so this is just another one of those, and this is a great opportunity for us because we're getting capacity that is so very needed, and we've got this opportunity. I was actually very interested in creating partnerships when the Baton Rouge Health District was formed, and I was very wanting us to be a part of that. And so it's exciting that we can get something that close to the health district and wanting to be partners with us. So I'm excited about this, and I think it'll bring opportunities, but we have a pretty fast track ahead of us in preparing for, one school year away. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Ms. Bernard?
I just want to clarify as the maker of the motion that that the motion is to refer this to the full board meeting without recommendation, but it is to approve only the grade configuration. That's what the motion is, to approve the grade configuration.
You agree with that, Mr. Godet? Yes. Yeah, okay. Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's what I did too. Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yeah, I don't disagree that that a middle school in that area was needed. We talked about that a long time ago. We've had other discussions around other schools about the way they were changed without consideration of the need for a middle school in that area. What concerns me more than that is it being tied specifically to a focused choice school, as if this will automatically happen, or that is the only thing that we will consider. And I would like to see that we would consider, that we would not be tied to that, because we don't know exactly how that model is going to be successful in another area where we're doing the same kind of thing, especially with there being a stipulation that a student has to maintain a grade point average that is higher than the normal magnet school. So, I have no disagreement with taking Kenilworth back and having it serve students, the middle school students especially, because like I said, and everybody else has said, we have had that conversation for quite a while. My concern is around having it tied, as it is in the backup. When I read that in the backup, even though looking at what the vote says here on paper, tying it in the backup specifically to a focused choice school is what is disturbing to me.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B7, consideration of a request for the approval of the Neighbors Federal Credit Union Project Grant in the amount of $21,477.29 to provide funding for 6 teacher projects, strategic alignment, student achievement. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Baloo, seconded by Mr. Goday.
And then this is for the consent agenda.
Okay. See no questions from the board on this item. Any comments from the audience on B7? Seeing no motion, no movement, we come back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Adjust the motion 1 second. Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We now move to item B8, consideration of a request for the approval of the lead agency grant in the amount of $358,050 to assist with coordinated enrollment and support services for Children's Center charter schools, private schools, Head Start, and Early Head Start, strategic alignment, student achievement. Do I have a motion? Mr. Baloo moves.
To the consent agenda.
To the consent agenda. Do I have a second? Ms. Dyson is the second. Seeing no comments or questions from the board, we go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on B8?
Good evening.
I'm James Finney. I'm proud parent of 3 McKinley High graduates back when it was still a strong gifted and neighborhood combination school, which unfortunately has gone away in recent years. With this item, I noticed that it's $358,050. Even for this organization, that's a lot of money. And I don't necessarily like the idea that you're collecting a lot of money from the state in order to fill private child care centers. It seems as though with $358,000, you could organize a way to provide free, well-qualified child care in schools for everybody in our community and the Baker School that this covers also. And I'll speak more when the related item comes later, but we shouldn't be providing the feeder students for Impact Charter Elementary. We shouldn't be sending kids to fill Dalton and Lanier's preschool ranks to keep those failing RSD schools going for just a few more years. And we certainly shouldn't be taking $9,000 ahead of federal money and subsidizing private daycare centers when this is finally an opportunity for the couple years that this ESSER money will last, that we could actually provide age-appropriate 3- and 4-year-old programs for as many students as families would like to send them. For $358,050, we could engage in some systematic planning. So I would certainly not recommend that you approve this next week. I would recommend you have a separate meeting sometime in the not terribly distant future after you adopt the budget and talk about, do you want to be in the business of providing education for 3- and 4-year-olds? And if so, what is the best way to do it? I don't think subsidizing privately owned schools with no grass, no playgrounds in industrial neighborhoods is really the best use of the public's money. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. Now, this grant is the same one that's a parish-wide grant, right? That we are the lead agent on, Dr. Narcisse, is that right?
You let me make sure. I would make sure. Ms. Webb, can you please come up?
It's not really clear what it's used for, but that is the
Good afternoon.
program, right?
Yes, ma'am. This is a lead agency grant that is provided by the Department of Education. It requires us to partner with our child care center. Since we are our early childhood network, those funds are to support our child care center charter sites.
Across the parish.
Yes, ma'am. And they require us to reach out to them and make it public so we can share in that funding.
Yes, yes. That's what I thought. When this comes to us next week, can we make that clear? And also, if we could give some specific locations where, where the funding needs are, and maybe what kinds of categories are we paid through the grant to administer?
Yes.
Good, good. So there is an admin fee that comes to the district for our
Yes, ma'am.
services?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you. If we could include some of those things, I think it would be a little more clear.
Okay.
That we are the lead and this is a parish-wide initiative that we're taking the lead on. And if we can see where it's going and what kinds of needs we would be satisfying, would be helpful.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move to item B9, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Seamless in the amount of $12,455 to provide a digital work-based experience platform to document student work-based experience and coordinate business partnerships, strategic alignment, student achievement. We have a motion moved by Ms. Ware Jackson and seconded by Mr. Goday. We're consent? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Goday. Ms. Ware Jackson?
Thank you. One question. Notice that the address for EBR schools is actually the CTEC building. So I'm wondering if this is being administrated through CTEC.
Mr. Nikkei?
Good evening, President Chapman, members of the board, and Dr. Narcisse. Ms. Ware Jackson, I'll be the grant administrator or the contract administrator, and that's my location, so that's why I was connected there. Yes, ma'am. The whole workforce team will be using it, and we'll be using it district-wide. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Thank you. No other questions or comments from the board. Thank you, Mr. Nikkei. We'll take comments from the audience on item B9. Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B10. Consideration of a request to authorize the administration to approve the most cost-effective property and casualty insurance program policy renewal package for the East Baton Rouge school system for the 2022-2023 fiscal year and to provide for related matters. Do I have a motion? Yes, Mr. Goday.
My motion would be to refer this to the consent agenda with the addition of that we would instruct our staff to provide for an RFP for the 2023-2024 year. And I'll come back to some of my thinkings behind that. But I'd like to see us, as it's written, but to add on to it an RFP for the following year, 2023-2024, for our consulting services on liability insurance.
That's in order. That's in order. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, a bunch of hands went up. Evelyn, Ms. Ware Jackson, I'm sorry. Okay, is that what you were pressed for?
Well, I'd like to comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to explain a little bit why I want to do this. And again, before I get started, I want to make sure everyone understands, I'm not saying anything bad is happening or anything like that. But our insurance bill has grown to $4 million. And the situation we have right now is that the people who are recommending, the agency is recommending our insurance coverage also gets remuneration from the placement of that insurance coverage. So it's not, in my opinion, independent. And while at smaller levels and in the past, that might be okay, but this bill has grown to over $4 million. And I just don't think it's clear fiduciary responsibility for us to be taking recommendations from someone who has a financial interest in the outcome of those recommendations. And again, I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything wrong or anything under the table. It may be perfectly the best deal we could get, but it just makes me uncomfortable in that situation, particularly when I have no insight into what that remuneration is that they're getting back from placement of these insurance policies. So I'm in agreement with going what we have for this year. We can't do anything different, but I would like to see us, like we do with our health insurance, get a consultant to come in and review our coverages and things like that to make sure that what we have is what we can get for the best of our money, and just to remove any conflict of interest questions or anything like that. So that's the basis behind this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. I know you're with, would you like to say anything? You're good? Yeah, I'm just going to weigh in here because I work in that industry in the legislature, and I am a licensed P&C agent. I don't write. I happen to unfortunately know a little bit more about this than a lot of other things. I can tell you right now, the market is absolutely collapsing. I think we've lost something in the neighborhood of 20 insurers over since it's the quadruple whammy, Laura, Delta, Zeta, Ida. Ida is one of the largest wind storm damage, 450,000 claims. And a lot of companies are pulling out, big companies. I'm not going to get into that now, but companies that are pulling out of everything. So they're pulling out of property and casualty, but they might have bundled something with auto. And it is, both of my policies moved. And I don't think I've made a claim in 30 years, but both of my policies moved because the markets are gone. And so this is something we're going to deal with. And frankly, if the wind blows this year, it's going to be worse. And so I agree with everything you say. I don't think anybody has an issue with that, but I want you to know that I've been working in this industry for about 30 years. It's the worst it's ever been. It's way worse than after Katrina. And Rita, so it gives you some perspective of where we are. And then there are other things that are going on around the world, but we're going to need to budget appropriately for this because I don't think things get better anytime soon. So, but I do appreciate your comments. Ms. Ware Jackson.
And I might add that 2.3 million of that increase is from in the addition of a building at La Belle Aire. And I don't even remember us doing that. So, that's part of the increase along with what you were saying also, Mr. Tatman and Mr. Godet. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Godet.
Yeah, I just want to echo what you said. I have no problem with the bill that we're getting and what we have here. I just think that it's become a big enough number that we really need some independence in how we go about doing this. And it's like you said, it's going to probably be $6 million next year. So if we can get it. And so I think it's just time for us to change how we do our process.
Yeah, and I will respond to that and not get on the queue, but just to say that I think also if you look back on some of the claims we've made in the past for things that have happened to us, it is impossible to fully insure us, right? We can't. And so it gets really complicated, but I think it's something we got to look at. And I think it's something every governmental agency is going to have to take a look at. And frankly, personally, you need to be aware of it because it's going to hit everybody. So, but I do appreciate your comments, Mr. Godet. Seeing no other, oops, that was an accident. Man, I am off tonight as usual. Seeing no other comments from the board or questions, any comments from the audience? Seeing no comments from the audience, we come back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to B11. Consideration of a request for the approval of the resolution authorizing the board president and the superintendent to execute and sign all documents to reject uninsured motorist coverage in connection with the East Baton Rouge Parish School System's automobile liability coverage and its self-insurance retention program for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Ms. Dyson moves to put it where? Consent? Okay. And Ms. Bernard seconds. I see no questions from the board or any comments from the audience on this item, B11. Seeing no comments from the audience, we go back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B12, consideration of a request for the approval to select the Advocate as the official journal newspaper advertising of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for year 2022-2023. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Dyson, seconded by Mr. Goday.
It's a motion to send to the consent
Oh,
agenda.
yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. Sorry about that. Thank you for helping. I see no questions from the board. Are there any comments from the audience on the item B12?
James Finney, I have a suggestion, however futile it may be. It would be awesome if when items are sent to be published, there was a way to make note of that in a particular place on the school system website. And then those of us that are interested in such details could go find a hard copy of the paper and confirm that that announcement made it in there. Or perhaps trust that things worked well and see a copy of that official notice online. That would be helpful. But I have no objection to publishing it in a paper that's in our community. So thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move to item B13, consideration of a request to authorize staff to advertise, receive, and award bids for materials, equipment, supplies, and services through June 30th, 2023 to the lowest responsible bidders, proposer, meeting specifications, and all state and federal requirements for quotes and formal invitations to bid. Moved by Ms. Bernard, seconded by Mr. Goday. To the consent agenda, thank you. Board is, no questions or comments from the board. We go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on B13? Seeing none, we come back to the board and the board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move to item B14, consideration of a request to amend the real-time salary schedule to approve a 40% increase in compensation for the real program part-time employees, strategic alignment, student achievement. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Ballou to the consent. Was that you, Ms. Bernard? Do you want to do this? Yeah. And seconded by Ms. Bernard. See no comments or questions from the board. Are there any comments from the audience on B14? Seeing none, we come back to the board. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you, sir. I see this is for the CIR elementary sites through June of 2024, where we increase the part-time rates. That'll bump from $25 to $35 an hour. I'm wondering if this grant is offered every year and if there's a plan for sustainability beyond 2024. Thank you, ma'am.
Actually, for this school year, then the grant is, well, this school year and possibly next school year. So it's a 2-year grant. And the teachers will be able to earn the $35 per hour for the real tutoring.
Mm-hmm. Is this offered annually?
No, ma'am, we just received this grant this school year for our comprehensive and urgent intervention schools.
But I mean, can you apply? Is it something that comes up every year that you can apply for?
Yes, ma'am.
I see. Mm-hmm. And is this our first time?
Yes, ma'am. This is our first year.
First time applying and we got it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, I'm always thinking about, what about later?
Yes,
So-
if the opportunity presents itself again, we will apply.
And we'll be looking for other areas to continue this if we could, we're going to need them for a while, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
I believe you have to go to the audience.
Yeah, I did. Nobody got out.
You did, okay.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We go to item B15, consideration of request for the approval of the professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, city year in the amount of $360,000 to provide support services, strategic alignment, student achievement. B, Achieve 3000 Inc. in the amount of $1,391,090 to provide professional development and student web-based activities, strategic alignment, student achievement. C, Castle in the amount of $50,000 to provide support services, strategic alignment, student achievement, and employee development. D, National Institute for Excellence in Teaching in the amount of $454,000 to provide support and professional development on the school improvement best practices, strategic alignment, student achievement. E, National Institute for Excellence in Teaching in the amount of $120,000 to provide support and professional development on school improvement best practices, strategic alignment, student achievement. F, Rethink in the amount of $175,000 to provide for social emotional learning and mental health support services, strategic alignment, student achievement, and employee development. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Baloo, and where are you moving it? Consent. Do I have a second? Mr. Goday. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you. I know you must think she's full of questions tonight, huh? Yeah. Well, looking at this, I'm always following city year, see what they're up to. I think this is an increase from last year, right? City year. So I'm wondering about how many schools are we looking to cover compared to last year? Can someone speak to that?
This year, it's...
No, Mike.
Hello? Okay. So this year, it is the same amount as last year, and we're serving 4 schools: Glen Oaks Park, Glen Oaks High, Park Elementary, and Crestworth Elementary.
Okay. I don't know why I thought it was an increase. And around the 2 NIET contracts, they seem like they're for the same purpose. Can you, just looking at what's here, tell me the difference between the two?
Okay, so the one that's for $454,000, that is for all of our schools that are labeled comprehensive support and urgent intervention. And we have to use this vendor. This is the vendor that LDOE recommends. So the Reimagine grant is going to pay for the $454,000. And then for Title II, it is for our non-urgent intervention in comprehensive schools. And Title II will be the funding source for those schools.
Okay. And one more about Rethink. This is another one for social emotional learning. You know about how many contracts we have in place now that cover social emotional learning? Roughly?
I'll ask Ms.
I see it come up pretty often, so I was just wondering.
Well, this particular contract, the 175, that is going to be for next school year. We did have a contract for Rethink this year, but this contract will be for the next school year. But Ms. Dupre can...
I think the question is how many total contracts for SEL, is that correct?
Yeah, right,
That's-
not just for Rethink.
Ms. Dupre can answer that.
And if we don't have the exact number, we can get that to you, Board Member Jackson.
We have one with Rethink Ed, one with Castle, and then we have several schools that have contracts with Manners of the Heart. Those are the only ones.
Seemed like it was more than that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Seeing no other questions or comments from the board at this point, we go to the audience. Any comments from the audience?
Again, I'm James Finney, and I have a couple suggestions with regard to the introductions. Since all of these meetings are presumably going to be live streamed for the indefinite future, it would be useful if those of us that speak frequently, if our names were put on the screens, that might be helpful to people. And particularly, I don't necessarily need people to know my name, but when a member of the administration comes up to speak, it would be very helpful if their names were presented on the screen, both in this room and to the viewers at home. To this item, I think it would be absolutely irresponsible to consider spending any ESSER money until you have an ESSER budget for the coming school year. Furthermore, these 6 items appear to have nothing in common other than the fact that they're separating our tax money from us and they're going to contractors. They may all 6 be perfectly reasonable expenses, but they shouldn't be lumped together. They should each be considered on their merits. So I would urge you to either have the maker of the motion bifurcate this for separate consideration, and it belongs nowhere close to the consent agenda. Particularly these 3 ESSER items. You don't have an ESSER budget. You don't have an ESSER, you don't get fiscal notes. You don't know how much is left. Board members, particularly a couple of gentlemen that are absent, have asked for that over and over, and the gentleman from Maryland continually refuses to provide that information, at least in a public way. Now, maybe you board members are getting perfectly reasonable, comprehensive updates about how much ESSER money has been blown and how much remains. It'd be nice to know how much is left. Maybe we could actually make school buildings secure. And it would be useful if somewhere we could see exactly, I can see, because I ask for it every month, how much we spend on people that are employed here. It would be nice to have a comprehensive list of how many of these $1 million contracts are out there and where that money's coming from. So again, with respect to this item, it should be deferred. You're not ready to vote on this next week. You don't have a budget for 3 of these. So you shouldn't spend now, budget later. Think about this in July, August, maybe, and split these into 6 separate items. Or be anxious to all leave by 8 o'clock tonight and just ram it through. Whatever. Thank you.
Hello, Fairleigh Jackson, District 5, Evelyn Ware Jackson's district. I really want to thank the board members and administration that took the time to talk with me around ESSER funding over the last few days. I appreciate it. What I realized is I agree with Dr. Finney on many points. As far as this goes, I do not feel you should move anything forward that is based on ESSER funding right now. This does not have anything to do with thinking that the district is out of, compliance with reporting. There is no doubt there. We trust that there are people that are definitely reporting even more than they need to. But the fact is, the dollars and the amounts have not been given to the board. They've not been given to the public. The budget for ESSER that should have been included as a special revenue budget last week was not included. So any revenue source, special revenue source above $500,000 is required by statute to have a public hearing. So I have been told that you all might be having this hearing next Thursday. I think that's wonderful. If that happens, you are required to publicly notice that in our official journal, which is the Advocate, 10 days in advance. But we have not seen the budget for ESSER. I can go to EGMS on LDOE's website. I've had conversations with LDOE, with the Louisiana Legislative Auditor's Office. They all agree that this should have been included in the budget hearing. They all agree with that. No one thinks you're out of compliance, but when you're presenting a budget and when you're about to adopt things like this, 3 out of these grants come from ESSER dollars. You have millions of dollars coming out of this. It needs to be more transparent. You need to share this information with the public. You need to share it with your board. We don't want to drive y'all crazy. I don't want to be calling the Legislative Auditor's Office. I don't want to be calling LDOE. But you know what? They're incredibly responsive, and they agree there's a problem here. You, the board, are not getting what you need. And that is why we stand up here and say, you shouldn't approve this. It is what makes every meeting longer than it needs to be. It is what takes multiple presentations and answering questions that y'all have been asking for months. Nobody wants this. We have to fix this. So I encourage you, bifurcate this as Dr. Finney said. I do not think you should approve anything as far as the ESSER budget goes.
Thank you.
And I look forward to a ESSER budget hearing. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, thank you, President Chapman. On this item B, the Achieve 3000, I wanted to bring up that from the ground, from the teachers, with the students, I have heard a lot about the time that Achieve 3000 and Dreambox is taking out of the instructional day, and something like 90 minutes. And I don't know if that's the 2 included or just 1. But then on top of that, they say that, especially in the middle and high, when students really develop minds of their own, they just press buttons and they don't, if it can't have any grade attached to it, that they're not getting students to take it seriously. And with the additional grade required for each week, because we've increased that from 1 to 2 grades per week in every class, that then on top of that, when you take out these things that cannot be graded, or even counted as a participation grade, that then they're having to come up with a second grade for that week that's just something that's not really productive. And so I have hesitation in approving this Achieve 3000 until we can have a conversation, because it's close to $1.5 million. I think we need to really consider what, the unintended consequences of this. At the same time, we double the number of grades that teacher needs to record, and make sure that those grades are meaningful grades instead of just getting that second one in because they've spent all this time on this. So I think we need to have a broader discussion about Achieve 3000. Thinking that I might make a substitute motion to pull it out. It's a large number. It's a lot of dollars. And I want to make sure that we're using it in a way that really is beneficial to our students, because of that second grade requirement in addition to all the minutes that it requires. I don't know if anyone has any comments or suggestions that they can make on that
You could,
to me to make me feel
you're going to be able to,
any better?
if it goes to the consent agenda, a single board member can pull it off the consent agenda next week.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean,
I didn't know if anybody here tonight has any thoughts on that, or they just don't seem, the additional requirement along with these additional minutes, they don't seem to go together, mesh together very well.
Board Member Dyson, as we shared before, Dr. Robinson and team have received the feedback from teachers to talk about the grading. And so they are working towards that next year on what that looks like for the programs. I would not recommend for us to not do Achieve 3000 and other programs because the feedback that was given to his team was around the grading. I think we need to separate the grading with the program as two different spaces. The programs have helped to identify where challenges and gaps have been for kids. And also, this has been the year that it has been implemented. One of the things we are trying to do tremendously is to not change the amount of programs teachers have had, so they can have become comfortable with the current programs they have and get used to being better at it over time. And so, but we do hear the grade change piece around qualifying for those assignments. And so they are working through that issue to have a better recommendation for teachers for next year. But I would separate the grading and the program in two different spaces. But it is helping from a data standpoint on helping to determine children progress.
So I guess I'm hoping that you're not taking that survey that went out to teachers, and I hope that's not. I hope that has totally been taken off the table because the questions weren't.
Yes, Board Member Dyson, you're referring to something totally different. The survey is something
I hope that is totally off the table because the questions weren't appropriate.
Yeah, so those are not, that's a totally different set of issue to this. And so
separate surveys that went out to the teachers about.
No, that survey was different from this programmatic approval here for this program. The question that I hear you asking, just to make sure I'm correct, is can teachers have the opportunity to, when they do the program, whether it's Achieve 3000, Dreambox, is to be able to use that as a grade for kids, whether it's participation or those things. And I think that is what the academic team is working on to provide more guidance to teachers for that. But I just want to make sure we're not putting the program and the grading in the same box. So.
Okay. Well, so I'm hopeful that we can get a report on that.
Yes, their team has been already working on that. They plan to actually engage teachers about what would be the things that they should be grading.
Could help them too.
Yes, correct.
In managing their day.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Ms. Ware Jackson.
I would like to separate out B, C, and F as standalone instead of sending them all forward to the consent agenda.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
Can we send them all a standalone?
it's fine.
Baloo? Just for time purposes. Yeah, that's fine. I understand. They would have to, the makers of the motion would have to agree to that. I mean, you don't have to, but from a time perspective,
Yes.
trying to keep us a little ahead of midnight. So, you okay with that? Yeah. Okay. So now the motion is to send it as a standalone item. Any comments from the audience on it being a standalone item?
It should be 6 standalone items, or at the very least, 1 standalone item for the 3 ESSER funded concepts and a separate one for the other 3. Otherwise, it's going to get bifurcated next week anyway. You may as well get that done this time. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Ware Jackson, is that what you wanted? Okay, I'm sorry. I kind of slipped. You good? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ballou, you good? Mr. Goday?
Yes, I would like to ask our general counsel, sorry I didn't tee you up for this earlier, but could you just quickly, there's been a lot of insinuation around ESSER funding and public hearings and this, that, or the other. I know you sent us a memo on where we were with the ESSER funding. Could you just walk through that to make sure that the public understands that we are on top of this and we believe that we are following the law exactly as it says? Because I hear people talking about, well, I talked to LDOE and they said this. Well, I have no idea who they talked to and what that person said or whatever, and it may be totally correct, but I would just like for you as our legal counsel to give us and the public a view of, as you outline in this memo, where we are on the ESSER funding and ESSER budgets. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll try to be brief. And I did send the board a memo regarding a lot of questions around the ESSER budgets, whether we'd appropriately concern or address those budgets with the public, et cetera. And I just did a fact-finding approach. I just provide the facts to the board, and that was it. Essentially, the initial ESSER budgets 2 and 3 were a part of last year's budget, and they were workshopped with the public. And I'm talking about the previous year's budget, general budget. They were part of the special revenue budget. And so that was workshopped last year by the board. I believe board members and the public have asked for updates on the ESSER budgets. It's my understanding that next week, Ms. Lopez and her team will provide those updates as part of the second workshop public hearing we provide for the public. And so that will occur next week ahead of the approval of the budget. We will include those budgets as well. I spoke with several individuals from LDOE about compliance, which came up earlier, and was assured by them that we are in full compliance and that we've done what we need to do legally to make sure that we are following the law. And so that I got assurance on that, and I'm following up with LDOE to make sure of that. But as to the budget and the hearings process, it's my understanding Ms. Lopez and group will provide that update next week. But that the initial ESSER budgets were in the budget, general fund budget, or special revenue budgets from the previous year, and were properly workshopped.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Seeing no other comments from the board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
We need to get some clarity.
Repeat the motion. Did we change it? Did we bifurcate?
No, we just put it all as not on the consent.
Okay,
Yeah,
same thing. Thank you.
Sorry, that was not a fluid explanation, but.
that's okay. Yeah, and I wanted to make sure I was clarifying for the board. The item is being sent as a standalone, which is essentially without recommendation to the regular meeting of the board. At that point, if you wish to bifurcate the item, you'll be able to do it, and that will be at next meeting.
So we're going to send it without recommendation, correct?
Yes, we'll send it without recommendation.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We're on to item B16, consideration of request for the approval of an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Southern University at New Orleans to provide Millie Charles School of Social Work students an opportunity for practical experiences in the area of social work, strategic alignment, student achievement. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Ware Jackson, seconded by Mr. Goday. And how do you want it on the consent? Okay. See no comments or questions from the board at this time. We go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on item B16? Seeing none, we're back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move to item B17, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and LSU and Agricultural and Mechanical College in the amount of $123,891 to provide staff and program support at the Eva Lagarde Learning Center Strategic Alignment Student Achievement. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Bernard, seconded by Mr. Goday. The board is clear. Ms. Ware Jackson. I'm sorry. Consent? Yeah.
Thank you, President Tatman. In the backup, I see that within this contract, it's asking us also for a name change. There's a name change attached to the service contract. In the backup, there is.
No, ma'am. I guess for clarity, the name change, and I've spoken with the superintendent and chief of staff, the board will still have to go through the process of a full name change for the school. That's only conditional. And so the board's action tonight does not change the name of the school. It's merely authorizing the contract to support services at the school.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, that we weren't stepping out of line, because I know there's a particular process for a name change, but it's a little bit concerning that that's in that contract. If we approve this as is, are we bound to that?
No, ma'am, but to ease your concerns, we can easily amend the contract before next week to just say conditioned upon board action to change the name of the school.
Okay, thank you. A lot of time went into it the first time, and I know there was a lot of community support for the name as is. And it was done that way so that, as a learning center, so that we wouldn't have to change a name, no matter what program was there.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Seeing no other questions or comments from the board, we go to the audience.
Thank you. I'm James Finney. The building has been named. You can put whatever school you want in that building without changing the name of the building. And given that the Dufrock School gets alphabetized under T's, and Lee High School is alphabetized in the R's, and nobody calls Baton Rouge Foreign Language Academic Immersion Magnet that name, and nobody calls West Isle Heights Academic Magnet that name, and nobody actually says Baton Rouge Center for the Performing and Visual Arts or whatever it is. Be really, really careful about not giving ridiculous names to schools. But to this item, $123,891 for professional development at a school that's going to have 50 students. The gentleman from Maryland said that the purpose of all the impact letters and shuffling teachers around and making everybody worried about whether they were going to be able to work at an environment they wanted next year was in terms of equity. You're throwing an awful lot of money into an experimental program to have 1/6 grade in elementary school. You know, if you had put this program at my kid's alma mater, where it should be, this should be at McKinley High School, that would make sense. If you're just going to have, build 6th, 7th, and 8th graders at Polk, and then when it's time for high school, they'll go over to the high school and use Polk for something else, then I don't have objection. But if you're seriously going to have a 6 through 12 program in a tiny little elementary school and tell kids, if you want to be interested in the coast and the environment, you can forget athletics. You can kiss off any auto mechanics or other interesting stuff. You're probably only going to have half of an academic background. You might not be available for TOPS, and you're not going to have any art or music. That's asinine. McKinley High School is a comprehensive high school. You've killed the gifted program there. This would be something you could put in its place. If you're going to start with a few 6th graders this year and maybe 7th graders at the Eva Lagarde Center, and then later move it to McKinley, that's fine. But this 6 through 12 silo is really ridiculous. It's just as bad an idea as the conservatory is 3 blocks from another high school. Those are really foolish uses of money. And you need to be very careful as you look at the budget next week to see just how many thousands of dollars you're pouring into this focused choice school that may or may not be a success. And every dollar you spend on that is a dollar you didn't spend on something else. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Goday.
Yes, thank you. I think the Eva Lagarde memo that's in board docs needs to be updated because it talks in here for key performance indicators and Gray Brand's pre-K and 3-8. So I guess it doesn't, I understand now it's 6 through 8, so it could fit in there. I'm sorry, I withdraw my comment. I understand it now when I went back and read it in context. My bad.
We just watched Mr. Goday have a conversation with himself. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Goday. Seeing the board is clear, we will now take the vote. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We move now to item B18, consideration of a request for approval of the actual December 2021 semi-annual financial tax plan update and the 2021-2022 revised budgets for propositions 1, 2, and 3. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Ballou. I have a second. Just Goday to consent. Board is clear right now. We go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on item 18?
James Finney. I'm disturbed that the budget package that you're considering next week, last I looked at it, had nothing in there for Proposition 1. And I see that the Oversight Committee doesn't appear to have addressed the 2022-23 budget for Proposition 1 or 2 or 3. So maybe it's that you budget and then they have to look at it and decide if they approve it. But it's important to mention Proposition 1 because with early versions of the tax plan, that was strictly capital expenses. And so you do it kind of a project at a time. That's no longer the case for some god-awful reason. You ask the voters to put a whole bunch of salaries into Proposition 1. And so I don't think you can reasonably exclude it from the special budget book. And I think you probably need some more guidance from the Oversight Committee in terms of how you're going to spend those 3 budgets in the coming year. Thank you for your time.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B19, consideration of a request for approval of the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding template for children's centers, charter schools, and private schools in the EBR community network for the expansion of pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 student seats, strategic alignment, student achievement. Have a motion. Mr. Baloo, and you wish to send it to the consent agenda? We have a second? Anyone? Mr. Goday? Ms. Ware Jackson?
Is this item also tied to the parish program that we were speaking of earlier?
Ms. Webb, can you please come on?
Yes, ma'am. This is the lead agency. We are the lead agency for the EBR Early Childhood Network. And so that requires us to form a partnership with our charter schools, child care centers, private and parochial schools. Each year for the last 4 years, we'll come to the board to approve the MOU template so we can have a partnership. As you know, pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 unfortunately is not mandated in our state, and we're not included in the MFP. As a result of pre-K students not being truly prepared for kindergarten across the state, we are reaching out to these providers to prepare them. We provide professional development, we assess them with the accountability tool, which is the class observation tool. So we receive accountability ratings, not in a letter grade, but in a rating system. And so that helps us to prepare our pre-K 3 and pre-K 4-year-old to be ready to come to our system.
So this is tied to the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of earlier, that's parish-wide.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. No other questions from the board at the moment. We go to the audience. Any comments from the audience?
James Finney. $9,226,960. Imagine what you could do with funding real 3- and 4-year-old education. I wasn't convinced last year that the state says we have to subsidize these daycare centers in industrial areas, or the one down the street from me that popped up with the EBR logo even though it wasn't on the list. $9,226,960. And there's nothing to even suggest these students will ever come to Baker Public Schools or East Baton Rouge Public Schools. Let's think of an example. Impact Charter. Impact Charter exists because Baker School System had a low letter grade. It is in Baker School System. It gets more local tax revenue from this school system than it does from the Baker system. It would probably cease to exist if you weren't feeding it 20 subsidized pre-K seats every year. The RSD would probably shrivel up and cease to exist if you weren't choosing to subsidize, intentionally subsidizing pre-K classes at the RSD schools, Dalton and Lanier. They didn't have pre-K classes, they probably wouldn't fill their kindergartners. It wouldn't make sense for the company from California to make their profit on our backs, and we could finally kiss the RSD goodbye. But no, you're subservient to whatever agenda the state has, and they say, you're responsible for feeding this public money that you are responsible for administering wisely, but you must give it to these other organizations instead of actually funding the 3- and 4-year-old program. Imagine if you had $9,226,960 available, and maybe you could eliminate the waiting list from the 3- and 4-year-old Montessori programs. Maybe you could create a few more of those. Maybe you could put a Montessori program at Kenilworth Middle and fill it like that. Think outside the box. Don't spend $9 million just because you think Bessie is forcing you to do that, or Kate Brumley insists you do that. Have some creativity, have a spine. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience on B19? Seeing none, back to the board. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Can you tell me what percentage of this is funded through ESSER 2? See, there are several funding sources.
Ms. Webb?
We have, if you look on the, if you have these attachments, we have about 20 to 30% of them funded by ESSER funds. In our sustainability plan, we're now working with our consultants to build an expansion plan and we have stakeholders that include business industries, lots of our community stakeholders to build in funding to make sure that we can, so we can sustain the funds. And so what happens is the state has said, hey, what we want you to do, every community network across the state has to put together a sustainability plan. And so they are, if you're watching New Orleans, they just made a tax plan. And just in May, the Senate approved the $84 million for early education care. And so those dollars will return into grants, and so we can continue funding these programs.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote. Thank you. We move to item B20, consideration of a request for the approval of School Board Policy BBD, School Superintendent Relations, Strategic Alignment, Exemplary Customer Service. Do I have a motion?
I'll move, and I'd like to add, I'm sorry. I'll move, and I'd like one little tweak in the language with my motion. It says will be provided by the superintendent. Wait, let me see. Okay, wait. Provided the central office is opened, and I think we just need to say is open, a response will be provided. Thank you.
Can I get a second? Is that, and that's to the consent?
To the consent, yes.
Okay, and I just,
Thank you.
I need a second. Ms. Ware Jackson. Thank you. The board, no questions or comments from the board at the moment. Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. The board is clear. No. Oh, there you go. Just snuck one in on me there, Mr. Goday. Mr. Goday.
Yes, with all due respect to my colleague, I will be voting against this. I think that this is getting into the minutia of the board and superintendent relationship, and that we as board members and the superintendent need to be able to work together in a manner that is not so prescribed. This is not an open records, public records law or anything like that. We work together as a team, and I think we'd be a lot better off trying to build the teamwork around these kind of issues than trying to put it into a policy. So I just want to, I understand the intent, and I think the communication can be better, but I think the communication can be better in both directions. I think we can be a lot clearer on what we want, If you look at the last meeting, it went 5 hours because that was a lot of information that had been requested by board members coming back from the superintendent. And I just think that this change is unnecessary. And to me, it makes us look like we and the superintendent can't work together with a good working relationship. So I will be voting against it.
Thank you, Mr. Gaudet. Seeing no other questions or comments from the board, Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion fails.
We move now to item B21, consideration of a request for the approval of the amendment of the board approved stipend to include all employees that utilized approved Family Medical Leave Act leave for the 2021-2022 school year. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Ware Jackson, seconded by Mr. Gaudet, and we are sending this to consent. See no comments from board members. We go to the audience. Any comments from the audience?
James Finney. As is the custom of this administration, there is woefully inadequate backup information. It sounds great to provide stipends to a few people who you may believe were unfairly deprived of that, but the $1 million fiscal note would suggest that that applies to roughly 500 people. I mean, if you've got a $1,200 stipend increased by some benefits, that's about $2,000 per person, roughly. What's $1 million divided by 2,000? Anybody? So how much is this really going to cost? Furthermore, if somebody had saved up plenty of sick leave and took it for maternity or paternity leave and didn't invoke FMLA, does that mean they don't get the stipend? I mean, what exactly do you mean? How many people is this going to cover? 3, 8, 20, 500? Why is it so hard for the gentleman from Maryland to force the people that work for him to provide you useful backup information? And why do you refuse to make him do it? This is stunning. It's appalling. It sounds wonderful to provide some stipends, but there's no way of telling from this information and from the motion what exactly you're doing, who it's going to benefit, and how much it's going to cost, and that's not acceptable. How many times are you going to keep approving stuff that's not acceptable? What level of incompetence does this community have to tolerate? This should have been easy. You should have had a report attached to this that says, we provided stipends of $1,200 to this many people. We provided stipends of $600 to this many people. There were so many other people that would have been eligible for the $1,200 stipends, but for missing more than 20 days. Then we'd have at least some concept of where that $1 million figure that came out of the wilderness came from. And you're just going to vote for it 6-0 without a clue as to who's going to benefit or why, because you're all anxious to go home, because as is the custom, the superintendent put too much crap on the agenda and none of it is sufficiently well explained. It's pathetic. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Please state your name, and there's a little clock there. You have 3 minutes. When you get to yellow, green, yeah. And then when you get to yellow, you have a minute left.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be confused.
No.
State your name, please.
Yes, sir. I'm Samantha Mash Lawhon. I was a mother who took maternity leave this year. And first, I just want to say thank you for approving the stipend. As a teacher, I was very excited to hear that we were getting that. I think a lot of us were very grateful. And I think I understand the rationale behind not giving it to people who took FMLA. However, we already take a pay cut for going on maternity leave. We do exhaust our sick days, but I didn't have 6 weeks worth. I think I had like 4.5. So we take a pay cut after that. I believe we're also ineligible for the $500 highly qualified stipend, which I'm used to getting. So that's another pay cut for this year. And then not having the stipend feels unfair. My SLTs were level 4 highly qualified. So there was student achievement at high levels in my classroom, as I'm sure is true for lots of other women who took maternity leave or other people who had to take FMLA. Not just mothers, but it just feels to me like I'm being penalized for starting a family. And so I just wanted to say that I think that it would be more fair to extend it to people who did take FMLA, especially because a lot of those circumstances were beyond our control. We can't, necessarily time when we get pregnant or when a family member gets sick. So, yeah, I just think it feels unfair that those people don't have the same benefits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amelia Gilmore. Thank you, first off, for adding this to tonight's agenda. I am a mother of an 11-month-old, and I did not receive the stipend due to my time on maternity leave at the start of the 2021-2022 school year. I have been an active employee of the EBR school district since January 2015 and have not taken a surplus of time since I began teaching. The 272 hours of time that I took for maternity leave was made up entirely of sick time that had not been taken throughout my employment. I was also pregnant at the end of last year and had no choice in the number of days that were missed by me this year. I am one of 4 teachers at my school who did not receive the stipend due to maternity leave. This stipend was intended to increase morale, but instead it left us feeling undervalued. We are women who put ourselves and our pregnancies at greater risk to COVID-19 complications to teach during the pandemic. We are women who use countless hours of our personal time to plan extensively for our time away to ensure the transition was smooth and that our students remained successful. We are women who return to this school district following our leave and continue to teach our students as our own. And we are women who leave our infants in the care of others daily to devote our time to this school district. I ask that you adopt this amendment to show support for us in return for all the love and support we show EBR kids every day. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations.
Hi, my name is Mary Trigg. I'm also a teacher in the district and a mother. And I just wanted to echo what the last 2 commenters have said, that having a baby and going back to work is incredibly hard with an infant. You're losing sleep. You're already giving extra hours to working on lesson plans and grading beyond the school day and preparing for maternity leave. I mean, for me, took all summer long of coming in on extra hours and copying every single copy, every single plan for the day. And if the point of the stipend was to truly reward, the extra effort teachers made adjusting and staying with the district and the greater risk taken during the pandemic, it would seem that people who had to take FMLA for these circumstances would definitely deserve that too. In fact, even putting, themselves and their families at greater risk and having to put out that effort, just in fairness and in the spirit of rewarding people for teaching during the pandemic, should be included in the stipend too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Storm Matthews. Teachers who, last 2 speakers have talked about this, who are preparing for maternity leave, they don't just leave when they have their baby and a sub comes in and teaches the class. They prepare every single lesson, every single thing, so that when a sub comes in, it's taken over seamlessly. There's actually a teacher who was out and missed the stipend because they were assaulted by a student. So they're out on assault leave. They didn't get the stipend because they were assaulted by one of our students, and they didn't get the stipend. I'm not sure if that falls under FMLA, but that person should get the stipend. There's a teacher who missed days after the disbursement date and didn't get the stipend on FMLA. I had a stroke on Monday. I was teaching Tuesday because I was worried about how many days I had missed. Not wisdom, but I needed the money. These are things that we take into account when we've been teaching for 16 and a half years and barely broke $50,000. I might consider taking one of those guard positions. Makes a whole lot more. Thank you.
Fairleigh Jackson, District 5. Again, I just really want to support the teachers and the staff, the entire staff of EBR. I think it's wonderful that this stipend was extended to support all of the team members of EBR. As a parent with 2 kids in 2 different schools, one in 5th grade or going into 5th and one going into 2nd, I think I've experienced teachers, I'd say 3 pregnancies now. And when I can tell you these teachers, like Storm said, they don't check out. they do not disappear. They are still in your world. They are still in your children's world. They are setting up the substitutes for success. They are connecting with us. They are keeping our children connected. Our kids are still so excited. When is Miss So-and-so having her baby? You know, I mean, it's, you know, and it's not just maternity and paternity. I mean, it's the other things that life throws at us. So I just really want to urge you to support this. Thank you all for starting this conversation. You know, I remember when you all first started talking about this, and it's been a long road coming and it's evolved, but you're getting there. And I think voting for this tonight will be getting there. So thank you all so much.
Colleen Kissel, excuse me, walking in late. You guys got through those last items fast. I left my house at 17. This should have been included when we originally passed the stipend, and I'm glad to see it come up again so that we can finally get all of the teachers who deserve this money and the staff who deserve this money their money. So thank you for putting on the agenda again, and we should absolutely be giving them the full amount. Thank you.
So,
Your name?
I'm sorry. My name is Karonda Corley. Give me my 5 seconds back, 6 seconds back, 7, 8, 9. But my name is Karonda Corley, and I would like for us to look at the federal laws that we're actually violating by not actually giving them their stipends when everyone else received them. So FMLA is that's federal. And all of the individuals that used FMLA, they were federally protected. Their jobs are federally protected, which means they are supposed to receive everything that everyone else is receiving. So we need to look at that because we have now violated the law. In addition to that, it is also an ADA violation, American Disabilities Act, because when a woman have a baby or if a parent is a parent of a child with a disability, by federal law, they can use FMLA to attend their children's IEP meetings. EEOC, this is an Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. We are violating EEOC when we hold discrimination or discriminatory actions against women for having children. That's a civil rights violation. This is called we created a hostile environment towards people just for living life. Any of y'all can go outside right now and have a car accident and be injured, and yet what would you have to do? You would either have to file for an FMLA from your job, or you would have to go up under ADA. But you would expect your job to uphold what they're supposed to by federal law. The Department of Justice right now is investigating our State Department of Police. They can easily come right over here because that's a couple of blocks over. I think that that's something that we need to look at, and that's something that I would actually educate all the staff that were not afforded that opportunity to receive the stipends. It's for them to file EEOCs against our school system so that way the feds can come in and actually see why they didn't receive them in a timely and feasible manner. But I do ask that if we're going to give them the stipend, we need to give them their stipend plus interest, because that money has now accrued interest. And that's a law, courtesy of Governor John Bell Edwards, that say that they are supposed to be afforded interest more after it's been over 45 days. So I thank you kindly.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. And you don't always need to use all 3 minutes, by the way. No, I'm just kidding.
Look, I was being nice because I could actually take like my last 20 seconds and ask, where's my ASL interpreters? But, I was being nice tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Corley. I'm sorry. I was just teasing with you. I see her at the Capitol all the time working. So, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. I just wanted to thank the staff for helping me through this, especially Mr. Shamlin. When we first gave the stipend, I don't think the board realized that we were leaving out women on maternity leave, and having done that 3 times myself and looking at the volume of women that are employed in the district, especially going to the graduations and looking at the faculty come up and seeing that it's mostly women. I could count the men on one hand and still have fingers left over. We talked about this, and we talked about just maternity, and then we thought about, maybe we should look a little further and see what those costs would be. And I understand that it's a lot more than it would have been just to cover the women on maternity leave, but I think we cover ourselves a lot better by including all of the ones that are in that fall under that FMLA. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to express that to you all. And I knew, I know every time we do something, we got to get a little spanking anyway. So, but I appreciate your comments, and but I certainly do appreciate the work in being able to offer this for the board tonight. So, thank you, staff.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Dyson.
I just want some quick clarity, please. On the backup, it talks about that approved stipend to include all employees who utilized approved Family Medical Leave Act leave for the school year. And then when you go to the bullet checks down at the bottom, the middle one specifies that must be an active full-time employee that has not missed more than 20 work days during the fiscal year, and that COVID leave does not count against. So is that contrary to each other, or what am I reading wrong there? It says that the specifications of the corresponding approval requests for consideration are below, and then when you read those, it still has in there to be eligible for the stipend, individuals must meet the following guidelines.
You must be an active full-time employee. Sorry, guys. Shorter people. So for the reason why this was put in place, we do understand FMLA.
Right.
And we do understand that we had to put some stipulations in place to make sure that, yes, we want to encourage and share the wealth as much as possible, but we also want to make sure that employees missing 20 days or more, and we also have some concerns in the past about employees who are missing work should not receive a stipend because they don't show up, right? So that was put in place to address that. So it's not contradictory, and it's also, when it comes to COVID leave, we do provide a district-approved COVID leave if you apply for that. However, the situation that happened is if I take my approved COVID leave that the district approved and that's exhausted, I have to now tap into FMLA to take care of a family member, etc. This is why we put that piece of stipulation in there to say that if you use your COVID leave, we're not going to count that against the person. And if that has happened because of coding issue from the school secretary or from payroll, we encourage folks to reach out and call us or myself or email, and we'll look into that specifically.
But with it saying that has not missed more than 20 work days, and that COVID won't be a part of it. Well, what if they used over 20 using their FMLA?
Well, if the FMLA is approved, if it's an approved FMLA, then you're fine. We're talking about employees who didn't show up.
Can we just get that clarified
Okay.
in the document for the board meeting?
Okay, so I'm going to
Okay.
refer to Mr. Shamlin from a legal standpoint to make sure that it's aligned legally.
I'll work with Ms. Hall.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. The board is clear, but I'll just say this. All three of my children were born while my wife was teaching in EBR. And we, as much as we might have loved for it to happen in the summer, it happened in April twice and once in December. So the best laid plans, but I definitely appreciate how difficult it is even to go back to work and leave your baby with somebody else. And so I appreciate you all very much, and I appreciate the fact that you're building, expanding, and starting your family. So thank you. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to item B22, a consideration of a request for the approval of the Pathways to Bright Futures expenditures. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Goday. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Baloo. Yeah, I'm sorry. Good point. Thank you for consent. We have a motion by Mr. Goday, second by Mr. Baloo. The board is clear. We go to the audience. Does anybody in the audience wish to speak on item B22?
Store Matthews, short people. Okay. My public records request that I did on the financing of Bright Futures said that it was going to be $300 per course, and at the total implementation, it would be $18 million. It also said that the ACT prep courses would be $522K and dual enrollment would be $599K. As per the projection that is now on board docs but wasn't at first, it says $400 per course. Cost change, that's understandable. Yet the total amount is listed at $10 million. ACT prep costs only $215,000. That doesn't sound right. Dual enrollment cost says $160,000. Why such a stark difference? I am not a math teacher, so I had somebody else do the math for me. And if 50% of the kids choose, because by law you cannot mandate anybody to take dual enrollment courses, parents, please make sure you know that this is your choice. That at the 4-year mark, on track for AD, it will cost $32 million a year. The memo also says it'll be funded by ESSER for the first 2 years and has been applied to the proposed budget for the school year 22-23, yet ESSER is not in the budget. Lots of issues here. So we have either my public records request was illegally done or the board documents are illegally done. Very big cost differential. Also, I do think that I've talked to several teachers from Glen Oaks, and there is much to be said about challenging students and helping students, but there is a lot for the 60% of students that we harmed their college transcripts this year. 60% of students that aren't going to do well with TOPS or don't qualify for TOPS any longer. AP courses don't have to go on a college transcript. Maybe we need to rethink the entire thing. And if we don't have the $27 million to give the 8% increases to teachers, which we don't have, we definitely don't have the millions of dollars for this.
I'm James Finney. This program whichever version of Bright Futures the man from Maryland is touting this week as the next greatest thing for the poor children of North Baton Rouge, it's not sustainable. It's not educationally sound. We've never gotten a clear idea of what courses would be available where. He's dangling this equity crap and people are buying it. This is a stupid use of money, and it's abusive to the poor children that get pushed into classes they're not ready for. As Miss Matthews mentioned, you have minors. I sure hope you have good, strong releases from their parents, because you have permanently damaged the higher education potential for a whole bunch of 14-year-olds. They have D's and F's on their transcripts that they'll never get rid of. I don't know how that's supposed to be good for them. Furthermore, you don't have an ESSER budget. I don't know why we're talking about how you're going to spend ESSER money. You still don't have an ESSER budget on the special budget book that got put on, because the 2021 budget got thrown on into a 2022-2023 book, or maybe it was the 21-22. Anyway, somebody put some irrelevant pages in the special budget book and thought that would be enough to make everybody happy. Why don't you, here's a thought, announce with 10 days advance legal notice a hearing on the ESSER budget, and then hold that hearing, and then decide how you're going to spend this money in a way that recognizes that it's one-time money. It's not for ongoing expenses. And then decide how you can make proper high school classes and, if proper, college courses available to as many students as possible. The solution isn't make everybody default in and only the parents that are paying attention can pull their kid out. And I hope if you don't have signed agreements from all the parents of the kids that got D's and F's, I hope they sue you, because that was child abuse. You should never have set up a 14 or 15-year-old to have D's and F's on their permanent college transcript that can't be fixed. That's obscene. You should not tolerate, as a board, you shouldn't tolerate that kind of an arrangement from the man from Maryland. The damage he leaves will last in this community long after he's gone.
Fairleigh Jackson again, District 5, a parent. When we look at the presentation that we were given last week, which I feel like we've been given so many presentations, and I cannot say how disappointed I am that you all didn't pass what Ms. Dyson and Mr. Shamlin worked on, because I feel like if you all were actually given the information that you needed and we were given the information that we needed, we wouldn't have to have multiple presentations over and over and over again. But again, I'm going to stay germane to this topic. This pilot program at Glen Oaks looks amazing. I mean, these people, these kids, this cohort had amazing support. They had deans, they had counselors, they had nonprofits. They were actually physically removed from the rest of their school and given a separate environment where they were fostered and nurtured and supported. And that's incredible. If we could replicate that for every ninth grader in this system, you wouldn't find one person in this community that would be against Pathways to Bright Futures. You just wouldn't. We all would be. But that's not really what we're seeing in this budget. I mean, when we look at not just the budget, but the CSM, when we look at everything that's been proposed over the last several months, none of it fits together to support something like that. We're cutting counselors. We're cutting deans. So, it's very confusing for us as the public when you say that this is a really great plan, but it's not actually being replicated the way that it was created at Glen Oaks. It was a model for success, but these kids were given the support that every kid deserves. That'd be awesome. That's one thing that I have concerns with here. I also have concerns with when there's an email that's circulated that is for board only with a budget. That really bothers me. And we've talked about how that's happened. The other thing is that, again, the ESSER budget. Again, Mr. Goday, no one is saying that people aren't in compliance. I said that before. We're not saying that. But your fellow board members have asked for updates, like quarterly updates that are submitted to the LDOE. That's all they've asked for. That's all we're asking for. Again, it needed to be more transparent. I'm glad that we're going to see these numbers, but also when DE is flashed up on a screen back in March in 2021, that doesn't count for reporting for potential expenditures for 2022, 2023 for LDOE. I am. It's ESSER. Mr. Tapman, this is ESSER funding. That's what's funding this, right?
Yeah, we're
Yes.
talking about Pathways or Brighter Future, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly, and it's funded by ESSER, correct?
If you say so.
If I say so, I'm going to reclaim my
Thank
time.
you. I appreciate your comment.
Really, you're going to cut me off
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you were
Yes, ma'am. Any other comments from the audience?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Harmon. I stay in District 6, and I'm also one of the co-directors of Step Up Louisiana, a grassroots community organization where we organize with parents in East Baton Rouge Parish. And we support equity, but we do not necessarily support the implementation of how this program intends to play out. The aspect of mandating anything without a parent's full consent is not in compliance of state law. Like, there is a possibility, if this comes to fruition, if you guys approve this will have to come before Bessie. So I think we may need to rethink this and how this is going to be implemented. And it's not like dual enrollment, advanced placement, or any type of access to higher education while being enrolled in high school is not accessible, or it wasn't ever existent. It did. It was just about parents knowing about it and tapping into those resources. And nothing is stopping us to really revisit the implementation of this. Also, I feel like Pathways to Bright Futures is a bit misleading, because if you're going to call a dual enrollment program, then just call it that. Because there's more to a bright future than just a college education. We have to think about other vocational programs. We have a C-Tech program in the school district that a lot of parents are not taking advantage of. Like, I, as a community member who is well connected with a lot of other partners that do direct service programming for children that would benefit greatly from holistic education, say that, hey, the parents are not coming in. Something has to be done about this. And there are holistic education models like the Sustainable Community Schools model. I'm just lifting this up as an option to consider and maybe prioritize the efforts and resources behind this, because it's not negating getting our kids where they need to be and having the proper resources to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Chris Toombs, and I wanted to speak on this Pathways to Bright Futures item. The Pathways to Bright Futures represent a system-wide approach to offering EBR PSS students the opportunity to pursue high-skill, high-wage, and in-demand career pathways while simultaneously earning their associate's degrees or industry-based credentials. Each pathway was created in close collaboration with business and industry leaders and aligned to the jobs of the future, so that every student will graduate college or career ready. Technology, construction manufacturing, transportation and logistics, liberal arts and management, medical and pre-med. I don't know about all the particulars of the financing and everything that way, but I do know this. I live in Baton Rouge. I've lived here for well over 35 years. I have seen our system as a city progressively get worse from a crime statistic, from a brain drain perspective, and we are in big detriment of not getting businesses to come to Baton Rouge. We're just not marketable right now. But I will say this, by being optimistic and creating a project like this, this may encourage kids to put the guns down. I like it. I think it's innovative. I think this is something that we can get behind and we can really build out. But definitely we're going to have to be intentional about making sure that our community partners aren't just from one side of the block. We got to get everybody engaged, everybody at the table, and we can make it work. Because think about it, we're talking about transportation and logistics. You're talking about medical and pre-med. I mean, if there's anywhere that is a food desert, it is definitely in the inner city. Would it be great to have our inner city kids like understanding what their career paths could be very early on, get them out there ahead of this thing so by the time they graduate, they're job ready, they're college ready. Myself, my son went to River Parish Community College and he started there as a 9th grader. If he would have been on a high school campus with that program, it would have worked. But he had to go to college. He had to go to our River Parish Community College. He was on there with the big kids. And it didn't work out for him, unfortunately. I would like to see a kid from Old South Baton Rouge be able to get access like that and still be in his neighborhood and still get the same opportunities that he wouldn't have to go to BRCC. He can get it at McKinley, right? I think that's ideal. I think that will work. So I would say this, though. Y'all need to figure out this financial piece and everything else like that, because it sounds like y'all got some upset people out here. But I'm going to let y'all get paid to do what y'all do. I just want to bring that to your attention, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Hi, Colleen Kissel. I want to raise a point that Fairley made, that the pilot program was not a true pilot program because it is not replicatable with the current resources that we have at all of our schools. A pilot program is something you can take, instantly double it, but with all the changes we've recently made, it's not going to be a true pilot program. When we look at the supplementary material for this item, the 2 items that I've pulled up, they do not name a program that we're going to go with for the dual enrollment that we will be paying for these classes with. Now, I know we had that super long meeting last week that I watched most of, which may have said the name of the program. I think this way it is written now, it is a pathway to a bright future for some people. But those people are not the kids with the Fs and who had to withdraw. And it's not the kids who had a hard time. And it's not necessarily the teachers. It's a pathway to the bright future for the money interests who will be getting these contracts that will be coming in, outside sources, maybe the schools that we know Narcisse loves to bring in to do these. If you pass this, whatever, but know there will be people in the community who will make graphics telling people how to make sure their kids are opt-outable, because we can't force dual enrollment on every kid, right? It should only be opt-in for those kids who want it. And honestly, you should not pass the money for this until you have literally every question answered. Because last time, it took me 2 hours for this presentation? And I feel like there were still questions at the end that board members had and that the audience members had. So we need to have this nailed down in fine detail, fine point, not a 1-page, tiny document of where the money is going to, a big old spreadsheet of all the money before we start approving this money. Thank you.
Start her clock. I'm just kidding.
Hey, don't start my clock till I get to the mic. Okay, name's Karonda Corley. And look, Mr. Tappan, you have me running. Okay, so I think that this is something that y'all are gonna really like. Children with disabilities and children that are considered gifted and talented all have individualized education plans. Acronym IEPs. Those students legally are supposed to be educated according to what is in their IEPs. We cannot legally force, mandate for a child with an IEP, such as a child with a disability or a child in gifted and talented, to actually take that one class, which originally it was 4. So we cannot force them to take that. or mandate for them to take it. Number two, children with disabilities and children that are in gifted and talented that have IEPs have due process rights. Meaning, if you try to force them to take anything outside of what they are taking in their IEP, that parent can pursue a due process hearing and win. Because now you're violating their right to free, appropriate public education, as well as their right under American Disabilities Act. You cannot do that. Third, that parent can prevail and then pursue federal. And if it was me, I would go after mental anguish, because I attended all those meetings, and at every single meeting, we heard something different. Every meeting, it was something different. I even called Mr. Cito myself personally, and one of the police officers actually asked. I asked these same questions every time and got a different answer. The funding source right now on board docs say ESSER 3 funding. Now, we are very much aware, because Ms. Nicola Hall has told us multiple times, we don't have the money. So how exactly are we going to fund it? We also was told it was going to be under IDEA funding, until I shot them down on that and told them that money can only be used on our children with disabilities and the children under gifted and talented. We can't actually act like we don't know what misappropriations of funds is. That's what that would be if we try to do that. So here's a nice proposal and solution. I know Board President Tadman, you're going to love this. I'm going to say it in about 10 seconds. We can actually have a special meeting, a real true special meeting, and actually dissect the problems that we have. Let parents submit questions maybe to the board, because when we submit them to the staff, they get ignored. But we definitely have to address those critical things, because what the board members, I think y'all failing to remember to think about, is you're ethically obligated, and your job is to supervise him, not him supervise y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Corlin. Seeing no other comments from the audience, we come back to the board. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. A lot of my questions were asked by audience members. The item itself doesn't say where the funding comes from in the projections over time, but in the backup, it does speak to ESSER funding. So my first question is around the sustainability of the program over time, and the different numbers that we've received. Like someone mentioned, 18 million once we get to the fourth year, and in our backup there's a different number. We speak about where is the option, if this program is optional for parents. And so that's a question I would like a yes or no answer to. And I would also like to know, at what point is the payment made for the dual enrollment course? Is it at the very beginning when the child starts? And if they withdraw, are we still responsible for the full payment? Because that would definitely be a waste. So can you answer those few questions first before I get into any others?
Ms. Smith?
Not as tall as Ms. Hall, but I still need to lift up the mic. Good evening, everyone. Carone Smith, Chief of Staff. Ms. Ware Jackson, I just want to make sure that I address your questions, and I captured most of them, but I may ask you to just revisit the last two, just to make sure that I'm being responsive to your inquiries. So one of the questions you asked was about the numbers in the budget. So the item, the spreadsheet that we submitted to the board prior to it being posted on board docs was based on projections that our finance team made based on assumptions we were making about the number of students who will engage in the program based on the design of the program and an estimated cost of $400. So I did hear one of the audience members comment that the cost was $300 per course. That has not changed. However, we in our recent estimate added $100 to that $300 cost to include textbooks and other materials. So that is where the $400. But the projection of $18 million, I would have to revisit that with you all because I'm not aware of that. I can ask Ms. Lopez to come up so she can explain where our projections come from now that you're seeing, but I'm not aware of any other previous document that was released to you guys with those numbers. Your next.
When we get Ms. Lopez can
Yes.
come up and clarify.
And are all the supports that were in place during the pilot expected to be in place when we implement the program, just as the pilot?
Yes. So one of the things, and in the last board meeting, I can see where there was there was a takeaway that we had actually added additional staffing to Glen Oaks High. But I do want to make sure that I'm clear. The only hired personnel for the Glen Oaks pilot was the academy coordinator position. Ms. Mayweather, who came before you, who actually participated in the presentation. The other personnel that was spoken about during that presentation were actually roles that were already in that school building. What we did was we restructured the utilization of those staff members to help support the program. So we looked at everyone who was in the building and we looked at how they could push in support to the program itself, and we restructured their utilization as staff members in the building to support the program.
Are we prepared to do that in every high school across the district when this is implemented, to have the same supports as Glen Oaks pilot had?
So one of the things too, because it was addressed in here about the isolation of the students, one of the things that we are looking at doing next year in the majority of our high schools is operate a ninth grade academy. So that structure that you saw at Glen Oaks High School, which is separate from the Pathways model, this was a ninth grade academy model, will be implemented next year. We've been working throughout the course of this year and pushing in next year to have that model instilled in the majority of our high schools. So that portion, yes, we're prepared to move forward with. Secondly, when we talk about the staff, we will look at each school individually, and we are going to work with our leaders to make sure that they are utilizing their staff appropriately to support the students in the ninth grade cohort, as well as all the students in the building. So we are prepared to do that as we would do with any program that we're initiating in the school.
And you mentioned the majority of the high schools?
Yes.
Are
So,
any excluded?
Yeah, the only schools that, and Dr. Narcisse, please correct me, but the only schools that are excluded will be our dedicated magnet schools, which is Baton Rouge High and Liberty High, because they're unique programming, and of course EBR readiness because it's an alternate school here in the district.
And what about the process of parental
choice?
Yes.
Yes. So we're prepared to make sure that we're maintaining the IGP protocols that are in place by the state. That is not changing. And also with the design of the Pathways to Bright Futures, I want to make sure that people understand that we're not dedicating or dictating dual enrollment. I know that that has been a focus of a lot of our conversations, but the whole premise of Pathways to Bright Futures is both college and career. So included in our model is choice for students and their families to look at dual enrollment, AP, as well as IBCs or industry-based certifications as a choice of a course selection, at least one in each academic year moving forward, initiating next year with the ninth grade cohort.
So would they be required to take a dual enrollment class?
No, they're not required to take a dual enrollment class. They have a choice to take dual enrollment, an AP course, or an IBC, an industry-based course, an industry-based credential course.
And about the industry-based credential course, is this something that's already available at the high school level, or is this something that must go through a higher ed body?
No, those courses are already available. Students have been engaging the Jumpstart students already. Those students on the Jumpstart diploma track have been engaged in IBC courses prior to the implementation of the vision of Pathways to Bright Futures.
And after ESSER funding is gone, what's the plan to sustain the program?
Okay, so one of the things that you would see in the backup memo in the fiscal notes, we did say that $5 million was already earmarked for pathways, well, dual enrollment courses in the district based on a previous board motion and authorization back in November. However, beyond that, because this is not going to be a 2-year initiative, we are looking at other funding sources. One of the things that we have already started doing is researching, my team working with the grant writer, opportunities for grants that focus on college and career readiness to help also fund this program. But most importantly, we're going to do what we do each year with the budget. We're going to look at our academic priorities and make sure that we are making the appropriate decisions for maintaining our programs as we define them for the district with the authorization of the board.
So have you identified enough funding that would take us into years beyond ESSER funds?
Right now, we have funding that goes up to year 23, 24. That has been earmarked.
And if I could just add, I want to make sure we reiterate this because we've been saying this a lot. Every year as a school district, we look at our priorities and our programming. We make sure we invest in those programs. We don't just keep the same programs for 10, 20 years, right? So you modify, you make adjustment. As this program grows, we continue to make adjustment in our programming. For programs that are not effective, we take those away. For programs that are effective, we prioritize and we go accordingly. And our assurance, as I share with folks, is you will never come with a negative budget. While I'm superintendent, it is always a balanced budget, and we go ahead and move programming accordingly. But every year we visit our programs. You as a board member are able to look at those programs to make sure they are fiscally sound, and we're doing our fiduciary responsibility. We will always continue to narrate that through that. As the program gets larger and succeeds, we will continue to move that prioritization into our budget, but ensuring again that we have a balanced budget in that process. So when we always get the question of sustainability, there's a number of ways we ensure sustainability in the program. One, we make sure that, as this is one of our major priorities, to ensure that children have access to college and career courses. We make sure that's a part of our future budget as our plan grows. And again, remember, the Pathway to Bright Futures is not just dual enrollment. Although we always hear people just talk about the dual enrollment, it's dual enrollment, industry-based certification, and or AP. And as we prioritize that, other programs that are not things that we're doing, and we make cuts and we adjust accordingly. And so that's how we sustain the program. Also, the State Department is also moving a lot of us towards dual enrollment as the state of Louisiana. I mean, we don't do this on our own. We have conversations with various folks in the state around how we continue the program, because the state is trying to move this. The state is trying to move us towards providing more opportunities and access for children in industry-based certification, and also opportunity to do early advanced courses. If you look at parishes around us, they're also moving to doing that as well. So it's a part of the entire process that we're doing. But again, I just want to reiterate, when we ask the question of sustainability, like we do every single year, we balance our budget, we prioritize programs that are effective, and those that are not effective, we make reductions to that to make sure that we are connecting to what the board has voted on in the strategic plan to ensure that we are successful in ensuring that children get a high quality education.
Mm-hmm. In the pilot, there were several nonprofits that were on hand to provide tutoring for the kids that were taking these classes. Will we have that same kind of support in all of the high schools that will participate?
Yeah, and we have a youth network that we work with, the Brain Youth Network. We have various folks that are offering tutoring programs at variations of schools. Our goal is to coordinate with them to continue to provide tutoring. We actually want to expand tutoring across the system, so we're working through that. in that process, whether that's live tutoring for children and or they do it through technology. But it's tutoring is something that it has not changed and continues to change because this is academic programming.
Mm-hmm. And the AP costs are also included in these projections that we're looking at?
No,
No.
no, not in the fiscal note. No.
We haven't.
However, what I will say is that the.
Hold on one second.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Lopez, I know you're asking specific budgetary questions. Maybe we can have Ms. Lopez to answer that.
So the AP costs are not included in this. So what we did for this is, as you can see on the side, it says the 21-22. So the ACT prep courses, dual enrollment, all that information is only through May of 2022. With the MOU, we have to pay for the courses at the end of the year. Most of those courses are paid through in June. So majority of the funding, which for this year was approximately $971,000 in MFP funding put aside for SCA, that has not been spent yet. It will be this month and by the end of the year. So I have no doubt we'll spend all of that because many of our students take AP courses. When this was done, and like I've told everyone, this is very raw data. Okay, I used a basic dual enrollment cost, which is approximately $300 a course plus $100 for textbooks, which is $400. My assumption was taking the average of our 8th grade and our 9th grade cohorts in our proposed budget. I took an average number of students and I multiplied that out over the years. And so this is if every child takes one dual enrollment every year, this is what will cost, which is what was prescribed. The original budget that was requested by board members many months ago was with the understanding that the children will be required to take 4 dual enrollment, and that is the difference in cost. They are now required to take 1 as prescribed in
Per year, not per semester.
Correct. So that's why there's a change in the amount. Obviously, you remove 3 courses per child per year, it goes down significantly. So that's the difference in cost. Now, can I promise these costs are going to be the same? Absolutely not. I don't know if dual enrollment will get more expensive as the colleges and different parishes start growing it. They may charge more for it. I can't tell you that in year 3, a junior will say, well, I have completed my Carnegie credits. I am no longer need foreign language. I no longer need PE. I'm going to take 2 additional dual enrollment classes. That may happen. And at that point, we will have to decide how we are going to adjust our budget, our alignment, our curriculum, and how we'll take those things into account. So like I said, these are very first round raw numbers of everyone takes 1. Will everyone take 1? I don't know. Will some take 3? I don't know. This is every child taking 1 as prescribed in the vision of the superintendent, and that is how these numbers are come to.
Is the supplemental course allocation that SCA?
SCA, yes, ma'am. That is how we pay for our ACT and our dual enrollment and AP right now. So you take your ACT prep, your AP, and any dual enrollment that is done is paid for with the SCA funding.
Mm-hmm. That's only like $59 a student?
Roughly. It's $971,000 this year. 22-23 MFP is $1.153 million. So it goes up a little bit more.
Is that in the general fund or is that a separate fund?
General fund, it's funded through the MFP. And because that and the CDF have grown, if you'll look in your 22-23 budget, I've actually separated it and a line item under MFP. That way everyone can see that, yes, it adds up to the MFP money that I'm expecting, but these are very specific categories because they are to be used for specific things.
And I understand that Tara, over the last few years, have been taking their kids in that program with the IBM program. Yeah, they're also doing dual, and they're also taking advantage of dual enrollment, right?
Yeah, and when you look at some of their most top graduating students, for example, we had a student that was highlighted this year who had enormous amount of scholarships. They went through the similar type of program. But again, the question has been to ensure that we provide access for all children to be able to have the opportunity to do it. And it's also saved parents money for the next level.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If parents choose that, they can really save a lot on their kids' higher ed. Do you know about how many students started in the TARA dual enrollment program and how many finished? Does anybody have that information?
I'm sure Mr. Nikase does. Mr. Nikase and the Workforce Commission would absolutely know that information. I do not.
Okay, could they send that to the board so we'll have that to kind of back up what we're looking at, as well as what we're seeing at Glen Oaks? So other than
And
just
the
the
P-TECH,
question-
just to highlight, P-TECH program's a little bit longer too. I think it's a 6-year, 4 to 6 year program, so.
Yeah.
Mhm. It's almost 6 years, yeah. This, by the time children get to 12th grade, they'll be pretty much done.
I think if we can make it really clear to parents about the options and about whether this is optional and what the process is, if they do not want to take a dual enrollment class, it would be very, very helpful.
So if I could just reiterate, because every time we talk about pathways, we always talk about the one option. And again, the
'Cause that's the one
pathway
I'm most concerned about.
the pathway to bright futures, children take an advanced course, whether that's AP, dual enrollment, or an IBC, and parents have that option to do that. I think what has been unfortunate, which we've been working to continue to engage folks, is when they talk about pathway, they talk about one option. And so parents have the choice to take either or within that. And so I think that the schools, if I'm not mistaken, we have been able to meet with a lot of 8th grade parents at variations of schools to be able to go, by the time they got to 9th grade, to make decisions. And a part of our process of communication really to go to the 8th grade families who are going to experience this, to explain that and get them to understand that context. But that is a part of that. And the big piece that's even more important in the pathway is the connection to industry-based certifications. So when children are getting through, it's not just college, but as they get the opportunity, that they get their internships, they get exposure to jobs and those things. We've been working with groups such as multiple companies through the chamber. We're engaging Jabria in that, just to understand what are those opportunities. And more importantly, we're also engaging in understanding what our labor markets are in terms of what are the jobs that are available in our city and surrounding area.
Now, when we're talking to different schools about certain pathways that they want to take, are we talking the same? Are we speaking the same language about pathways to bright futures, or are we looking at just specific pathways that the schools would be taking?
So schools will have a choice to make. The freshman year is a basic year. So children have a choice to make. There's courses that are sequenced. The goal that we have spoken to all high school principals in the city is for them, they will go out to their communities and have community meetings to pick which are the 3 of the 5 pathways that they'd like to follow through with the engagement of their community. And then from there, our goal is to tie those industries to those schools as they make their choices around what pathways. So an example would be if Tara, we can use Tara High School's example, said we want to do technology, medical pre-med, and construction manufacturing. Then we would take industries within those 3 areas and tie those companies to those schools so children can get exposure and opportunity in that space. So that is what's going to happen this year. And this is why we showed, Dr. Robinson shared the programming, part 1, if you recall, the programming about where our programs are, where are the population of kids located, what are the programs we have, whether it's magnet, gifted talent, all those variations of stuff that you saw, which was just a part 1, because we're going to bring back a part 2 to help us to begin to create pipelines for families within those particular communities.
So when we speak about those types of pathways, are we talking about pathways to bright futures?
Yes.
Yes.
So pathways to bright futures fall
the same thing.
That's correct. They fall under 5 areas, and we within each of those 5 areas are a lot of different career paths. So, for example, if you're in technology, you have cybersecurity, you have informational design, networking, all those components, and we align those to the courses in jointly with the post-secondary institutions in terms of their access. When we started this program months ago, this design was done in partnership we collaborated with LSU, we collaborated with BRCC, we collaborated with Southern University as a part of, and also some other partners as we've been kind of talking through the design across the school system before a full rollout.
Okay. Well, I would like to make a motion that we move this without recommendation.
I'll second.
Because I'm looking at the numbers here.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Oh, okay.
So it's a friendly amendment. Mr. Baloo, sorry.
Thank you, President Tapman. I think one aspect of this Pathways program that's overlooked and is the potential to improve culture in the school, the mindset. I think, Mr. Coombs touched on it earlier, and Principal Signator talked a lot about it last week. When I went to graduation last month, and the valedictorian, I'm paraphrasing, but he talked about it, he was able to succeed despite, the neighborhood he grew up in, people didn't give him a chance. And it's heartbreaking to hear someone say that wonder why they would think that school system doesn't think that they could succeed. And I think when you look at all of the opportunities we're offering in the Pathways program, it just reinforces the message to our students that this school district and this community believes that every student can succeed in life, and it can, I think, change that mindset in a lot of students that believe people don't think that they can succeed. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Mr. Baloo. Mr. Goday.
Yes, thank you. I know I'm the finance walk on the board here on some of these items. I just want to go back to the Glen Oaks model. And with the Glen Oaks model, did we hire any employees to put at Glen Oaks because of this? We had the one. Now, if we roll this out to all of the high schools, the only additional staff would be the one coordinator at each high school, correct?
Yes, yes.
So that would be, what? I'm sorry to be one, I'm sorry, Ms. Dyson?
They had a lot of big buddy and city.
Oh, yeah, but I'm talking about the money, the employees. I'm talking about the employees that we hire. Because I'm trying to get to what is our fixed cost versus what is our variable cost.
That's right.
So our fixed costs are going to be, how many high schools we have?
We have 15.
15? So we'd have 15 employees that we would be hiring to oversee this. Go ahead.
14, because we're not including the EBR readiness.
So we'd have 14 employees. We're looking at this, and that would be the only real staff that we have to this, okay? How many vacancies do we have going into each school year? I think we got over 100. So absorbing 14 employees that are qualified teachers out of 100 plus vacancies would not be very difficult. So I'm trying to get back to the constant thing I hear about sustainability. We're not making a huge, big fixed investment in this. This is all variable costs. And as we go forward with this, if 3 years from now we decide this is not working, we're not hiring a university staff. That's the university's issues and those sorts of things. So if we decide we want to restrict this because we'd rather spend money somewhere else or do other things, we have that total options in front of us. We're not committing ourselves for the next 15 years to be able to be spending this if we don't think we're getting a return on the money. If we do think we're getting a return, then we're going to find a way to pay for it. But when I keep hearing the question about sustainability, the sustainability is going to come from if we see the results and we choose to continue it. We're not making a huge investment. It's an investment that we can back out of in a year if we want to. And the students would not be really hurt because they'd have their classes and then the next year they'd get their regular classes. So I'm just trying to a little bit pop that sustainability bubble because I don't really see that as being an issue. I really don't, because we're only talking about 14 positions, which we can easily absorb because these are some of our top people. We can easily absorb those. So I appreciate the cost estimates and things like that. I'm just looking on the downside. If this doesn't work, what is our risk? And our risk is very minimal.
Yes, sir.
And that's the only point I was trying to bring out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. So it's getting late, man. I'm running out of gas again. The board is clear. Thank you for the engagement. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
And that's to move it without recommendation.
Right.
The motion carries.
Thank you. I just want to take one more minute before we leave and thank the staff for being here. Thank you for all your work. We really appreciate it. Ms. April, thank you. Mr. Shamlin, thank you. I want to thank the board members for hanging and keeping us five together and a quorum. And so we have announcement of meetings. I want to thank the sheriff's deputies too, who do a great job. Thank you for being here. Announcement of meetings, regular meeting to be held on June 16th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. Committee of the Whole to be held July 14th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. Regular meeting to be held July 21st, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Mr. Goday.